Welcome, everybody. Welcome out to, and welcome back. You know what? Because hopefully you've been enjoying this whole experience from Thursday till now. But guess what? We're not stopping until we find out who holds up those carbon fiber trophies. Worldwide Technology Raceway playing host to not only round 3 of the Link Engine Management Pro Spec Championship, but also round 5 of the Formula Jet Pro Championship. We call this the Crossroads. We'll see you at the Crossroads, like Bone Thugs and Harmony said. But right now, we're going to sing our own harmony because we're going to kick things off with our United States Air Force opening ceremony. So thank you so much for joining us. I'm about to introduce you, and you're about to meet the top 16 drivers that have fought tooth and nail from yesterday, last night, under the lights, and now under the lights. Who's going to win? Well, if you could, please stand and remove your hats, because right now you can see in front of you there are the young men and women wearing blue t-shirts down in the corner, down just in outside zone 4. They're wearing the blue t-shirts because they've made a commitment to serve in our United States Air Force. So to honor their commitment, please stand while Lieutenant Colonel Brandy McCart administers the oath of enlistment.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to stand here before you with 20 of your local heroes who decided to dedicate their lives in the service of our great country. I think that deserves a round of applause, if you would. I'd like to take a moment to thank their families, some of them over here standing on the sidelines. Without your support, our servicemen and women would not be able to do what we do. So thank you for what you do for us. You guys are the backbone, and we appreciate you. Okay, without further ado, you're welcome to stand with me as I administer the oath of enlistment. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your full name. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me in accordance with regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God.
Thank you so much, Colonel Brandy McCart. If you could, please remain standing and remove your hats as singing the national anthem, Master Sergeant Samantha Meyer.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's make some noise for Sergeant Samantha Meyer, and of course the young men and women in those blue t-shirts making their commitment to the United States Air Force. Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Brandy McCart, for administering the oath of enlistment. Are you ready to meet your top 16 drivers here at round 5 of the Formula Drift Pro Championship? The crossroads going down as we have our outer zones and we have our inner drivers, our inner demons, our gladiators of the game. We kick things off with that HyperNFT.io Dodge Viper. From Ireland, it is Dean Carnage Kearney. Moving down the line, next vehicle behind him, that AZ Rags BMW Cash Racing, the pride of Paducah, Kentucky. It is Jonathan Hurst. Next up, shout out to Tyler, Coro Works in Georgia. Let's make him proud. That Coro Works BMW on GT radial tires. It is Nick Noback. Coming all the way from Italy in that Pennzoil Ferrari with the Pennzoil lubricants. He is the sheriff and he is ready to take what is his on Nexon tires. Driving Fiorella is Federico Sceriffo. Truly an international affair coming to us from Japan, and your #1 qualifier. The highest qualifying run he's ever had in his Up Garage ISR Performance GT Radial 86. It is Kazuya Taguchi. Next car up, winner of round 3 in Orlando, piloting that Royal Purple O'Reilly Auto Parts Falcon Tires BMW. It is Dylan the Dozer Hughes. Next up, the Garagistic BMW on Federal Tires. Second place last round in New Jersey. It is Rome Charpentier. Coming to us from Southern California, and that Evil Auto Works, Ed O'Brock, Nissan 370Z. He's got dances, he's got moves on the track, off the track. Make some noise, he wants it for Jeff Jones. Coming to us from New York, the Power Racing Type S vehicle. The Men in Black, he is out for it. The East Coast style, the plugs in the ears, and he's going to throw down. MA Motorsports, put some love out there and give him some love. Mike Power. Winner at round 1 in Long Beach. Can he duplicate it? The rock star pilot of the Rain-X Toyota GR Corolla on Nitto Tires Race Service. It is Ryan Tuerck. Another Toyota and some more Rockstar for your diet. He is your defending and 2-time Formula Drift champion, pilot of the Rockstar Toyota GR Supra on Nitto Tires. It is Frederick, the Norwegian Hammer Aasbo. Some more Toyota up in your cerebellum and in your face. He pilots a brand new V6 power turbocharged Toyota GR86, the OG and the Mari's Toyota Gazoo racing vehicle. It is Kenshiro, the OG Gushi.
Thank you.
Next up are 3 vehicles operated by Drift Cave in Northern California. And that's right, that's the head caveman. He is currently leading the pack in points. Can he keep the party going? The Momo suit looking fresh. Falcon tires, Boral exhaust, heat wave, Drift Cave, Corvette, the beast from the Bay, 777, Matt Field. This gentleman is in it to win it. He's flying first class, and he's flying into the top 16. That by now Japan Sylvia S15 is Wataru Masuyama. Rounding out these drift cave operated vehicles coming to us from Switzerland. We got America, we got Japan, and Switzerland. The Toyota Gazoo Racing Switzerland drift cave operated vehicle. It is Meyer.
Nice.
Next up, he is running some signature teal and blue Falcon livery, driving that Falcon tires, field suspension, S15. It is Odi Bakchis. And there are your top 16 drivers ready to throw down here in the mix. Who's going to come on top? We will see. Gentlemen, let's send it here at round 5 of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. After this, we got Seattle. We move on to Utah. And then finally, we will crown a 2022 Formula Drift champion in Irwindale, the House of Drift playing host. Again, we've seen hot, we've seen a little bit of drizzle. That's why Snoop Dogg carries an umbrella for drizzle. So hopefully I see some umbrellas out there for the sun. Might get a little bit of moisture, might change things up. We saw some practice, we saw some qualifying, we saw it all, and you're about to see who's gonna win here under the lights at Worldwide Technology Raceway. I'm Jared Deanna. We'll get Ryan Lontaine here in just a little bit. Thank you to Chris Ewell and Brian Eggerts. And of course that of Ryan Lontaine. Give us some insights. So in just a moment. All right. So come on over here, sir, and let's throw on this headset. We got a special guest here, and I am talking to Staff Sergeant Joshua Hernkar. Did I say that correct? I did. So I did a good job of pronunciation.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, you're representing the United States Air Force. The United States Air Force supports the Formula Drift Championship and, of course, supports what I think is the best country in the world. And, you know, we're talking about United States Air Force and some young adults that might want to enter into the Air Force. What brought you into the Air Force?
Oh.
I mean,
Put
it's
me on
okay.
the spot.
No, I mean, put you on the spot. But how long? Maybe first of all, how long have you been in?
So I've been in for about 18 years now.
Wow, 18 years. Did you start when you were 10? I mean, you got a baby face, man.
But 8 months after high school.
Okay, wow. So, life decision took you there, and talking about how about what roles have you played in the Air Force, or what roles and positions have you had while being in the Air Force for 18 years?
Okay, so right now I'm the Air Force recruiter. So my job is to find the best and the brightest and bring them into the Air Force. Prior to that, I was in a career field called air transportation. Okay. And our role was to safely move passengers and cargo for the entire DoD around the world.
Wow. Where has the United States Air Force taken you as far as destinations? Because I know a lot of people, you know, that are here are JDM fans or European car fans. So you go all over the world, which is quite an adventure, while obviously, you know, protecting our country.
Absolutely. So I've been to Germany twice. Okay. Been to South Korea, Turkey, here in Illinois. I've been down to Barksdale, Louisiana. Okay. Places like Iraq, Afghanistan, and then my last time was Africa. Okay. Awesome. And overall, your experience, you know, what are some of the roles that when you talk to some young adults, like you said, the brightest and the best, what are some of the roles that you've positioned some of these recruits into that are kind of unique? And because everything's Air Force, airplanes, it's not just about planes, flying, pilots, you know, mechanics. There's some many different unique positions that are looking for placement. What are some unique positions that you've maybe potentially placed, or jobs that you think are unique that are within the United States Air Force? Gotcha. We've got great career fields in special warfare. Okay. We've got over 140 different job opportunities. So really it just depends on what the individuals want to do. Yeah. We have something for everybody. Yeah. And
for anybody that is looking forward to joining the United States Air Force, where can they find some more information?
A great place to start is airforce.com. And then look for your nearest Air Force recruiter.
Okay. Are you a car guy? I got to ask you.
I used to be.
Used to be, okay. Used to be. What are you into now? What's your big hobby?
Trucks.
Trucks? Okay,
Yeah.
truck guy. That's cool. I mean, yeah, we don't allow trucks in the Formula Drift Championship. You got a big race truck, big tires, or anything like that? Or
I
just
do.
Kinda, okay, what do you got?
I had a Ram 1500.
Okay, all right. It's a Ram thing. It's all new Ram 1500. It's a Ram thing. I don't understand. I got a Toyota Tundra, so I understand truck things. But hey, thank you so much for your time, and thank you for what you do. And for more information, of course, like you say, airforce.com, and go to your local recruiter, get some information, education. The brightest, the best. United States Air Force. Thank you so much for your support.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me out.
Of course. All right, when we come back, we'll kick things off with our first battle of the top 16 here at round 5 of the Formula Drift Pro Championship.
For those who don't settle when others do, who will give everything but won't give up. For those who believe in unlimited while others limit themselves. For those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
The first time you try Pedal Commander, you'll feel oh yeah.
In Rockstar Energy Drink. Here's Matt Wall, the twin turbo BWC. Tanner fast going through the paces. Solid line here. Great angle. Woo, good initiation from Dye. Did you see that faint flick entry? Just gangster right there.
Good job right there by Aasbo, but look at Odie Bakchis diving right in on the attack and pushing
now. Ryan Turk really needs to show up. He went off course. Tightens up to the front clip. As is Freddie. The Norwegian hammer gets sweated by the nose. And then he just keeps on going past. And Frederick Aasbo fills all that outside zone. Michael, that's a right there. Looking in, rolling tide. Here we go. Final outside zone line. Pretty straight outside zone. Frederick Aasbo right there. And now bring her on that final clip. Approaching, pulls the tire up.
So qualifying playing a role here in Long.
I'm Dylan Hughes, Formula Drift Pro driver, and today we're going to talk about Royal Purple HPS and what actually goes into it. There's a lot of talk about additives, and Royal Purple has its proprietary Centerlick technology. It is fortified with a high level of zinc phosphorus anti-wear additive for exceptional protection against heat and wear. Its high film strength improves sealing between the piston ring and cylinder wall for maximum horsepower and torque. Royal Purple HPS, race car technology for the street.
Formula Drift is brought to you by BC Racing, the official suspension of Formula Drift. Go for gold. Royal Purple, the official engine oil of Formula Drift, the synthetic expert. Rockstar, the official energy drink of Formula Drift.
Welcome back to Worldwide Technology Raceway. Now, as we are getting set for our first battle, we've been talking about the heat throughout the weekend, but also we've been talking about the changing track conditions. So it's a great opportunity to throw it down to Lorette Nickel, who has the ACT Advanced Clutch Technology Track Condition Report, and she's going to let us know how it is down on the track and also with another driver, and that's Odie Bakchis. Lorette, down to you.
Well, I wanted to get a first-hand POV from Odie about those changing track conditions. So sun is set. I think the heat is still staying in the asphalt. So what are you guys going to be dealing with moving forward?
I hope the heat's not staying in the asphalt too much, but I know that the Falcon tires love this kind of weather. As it starts to cool down, the tires just come even more to life. So I'm excited. I like it. It's, you know, really, really hot conditions aren't good for anything in the car. But when it cools down, you start to have to be mindful. Not only is the car running better, but there's more traction in a lot of places. It's exciting. I mean, it's a handful because we just finished off in a really, really hot condition in top 32. So it's quite different now. But we've done this before, most of us, you know. Right. Conditions change. And car setups have to change a little bit.
Right, exactly. And so the sun is set, the lights are getting turned on, so that smoke line that you guys have to battle through in the chase position, how do you do that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's tough. It's just, you have to have muscle memory. You have to know the track. And by now, you know, even if we get blinded a little bit, we just know kind of timing in our head, hey, transition now, even though you don't know where exactly you are on the track. You just kind of hope that your muscle memory is good. The breeze is picking up, so hopefully that smoke gets cleared away. And we could just have good, clean battles with some visibility. All
right, Odie, appreciate your time. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Lorette, and thank you, Odie. There is our ACT Advanced Clutch Technology Track Condition Report with Lorette and Odie Bakchis. The track report brought to you by ACT Clutch. Be sure to check out ACT's all-new Mod Twin Clutch at advancedclutch.com. Again, that's advancedclutch.com. Thank you to ACT Clutches. We are getting ready for our Royal Purple Top 16. Royal Purple, the synthetic experts, the official engine oil of Formula Drift. Here is our Top 16 bracket. You can see there on the left, Taguchi versus Power, Meyer versus Sceriffo, Field versus Jones. You got Bakchis versus Noback. Then on the right-hand side, you got Kearney versus Masuyama. You got Gushi versus Hurst, Hughes versus Charpentier, and then finally, Tuerck versus Aasbo. And here we are with our Permatex keys to victory. Ryan, walk us through what the judges are looking for.
We need a quick and accurate initiation from that lead driver. They need to get the car at angle into the zone, get back on throttle quick, but they need to leave outside zone 1 where it ends. That'll help them set up properly for outside zone 2 because that is the trickiest part of the track right there to get up to that wall. They need to maintain momentum throughout the entirety of the course and only decel where there's a decel area. That's vital. Chase car only has 2 responsibilities. They need to stay close and they need to mimic what the lead car is doing. Pretty simple.
Yep.
On paper.
Yeah,
In
right.
practice, very, very tricky. You got to stay close, but you have to mimic the line, the angle, and you have to mimic the transitions and everything as well. I talked about decelling in the right area. We're going to look at the decel map right now, the momentum map, and you can see those red squares, rectangles, whatever they are on there. You need to only slow down. Only slow down in those areas if you're the lead car. That gives the chase driver the knowledge, the comfort to get really close to that lead driver everywhere else in the track and prepare for a potential decel in those areas. And a couple of them are, you cannot get through the track without decelling. That would be the second and third one. Before outside zone 2 and outside zone 4, can't get around that corner without slowing down. It's really the initiation that's the maybe.
And there are current standings coming into this round. We got 4 points separating Field and Aasbo. Forsberg, who got eliminated early in 32, but you can see, also Chelsea Denofa, him getting knocked out by Frederick Aasbo. That's going to shake things up a little bit. But again, 3 of those top 5 drivers continuing on, but there is still a lot of competition left. Keep in mind, this is only round 5. I say only, but still round 5. And also 6, 7, 8, Seattle, excuse me. You can see Monroe, Washington, Utah, and then Irwindale, California. I love the battle in Seattle. Monroe, Washington, Evergreen Speedway. And then we got Utah Motorsports Campus in Utah, just outside Salt Lake City. And of course, the House of Drift, Irwindale, California. For the 19th year in a row, we will crown a Formula Drift champion. So, and remember, the title fight, tickets available July 18th. Taking a look at that watch, that's in a couple days. So if you're planning on going, you're watching, and you're going to be at Irwindale October 14th, 15th, we're going to party. Yeah, that's right. So tickets available July 18th, 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. St. Louis, you ready to do this? I see you in the stands. Can you see yourself? Come on now, stomp your feet. Let me hear you. Stomp your feet. Let them hear you. St. Louis across the river that is the Mississippi River. Thank you for joining us out here, Worldwide Technology Raceway. Place your bets, place your bets. Who's going to get the victory? Who's coming out on top? 16 drivers, only one shall be the victor. That's you. Oh my gosh, look, those we blew the sleeves off those guys' shirts. They showed up with t-shirts and now they got tank tops. That's how amazing it was.
I hope they find them.
I don't know. I mean, go ahead, lost and found, somewhere up near the ticket wheel call area. You could find your sleeves. But right now, we are running and gunning. Kazuya Taguchi and Mike Power. We're ready to throw down with our first battle. Our #1 qualifier, Kazuya Taguchi. Mike Power qualifying 16th. He went against Adam LZ earlier. Unfortunately, Adam LZ did not hit the necessary zones. Mike Power did and came out on top. So Taguchi waits on the start line. I can see Mike Power off in the distance, leaving that pedal commander burnout box. We got the 86 with that GTR engine under the hood. Mike Power coming over, that MA Motorsports Power Racing Type S, the sinister black with the barbed wire. The black on black, ready to attack. The Up Garage ISR Performance 86 already on the start line. Let's see how Kazuya Taguchi, our #1 qualifier, handles Mike Power. And we are ready to send it for our first battle of the Royal Purple Top 16. The lights are on. The track is still hot as the sun has set off in the distance. The gateway to the west. See at the crossroads. This is round 5 of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. Kazuya Taguchi coming into that first outside zone. Mike Power not getting all the way into that first outside zone. Kazuya Taguchi does. Now into the outside zone 2. You see Kazuya using all the course. Mike Power taking a bit of a shallower line. The Type S lights are glowing underneath into that 3rd outside zone. And now the final and 4th outside zone. Taguchi putting that GT radial tire. The back right properly in. The left just a bit kind of riding the inside or right on top of that line and that outside zone box.
Looked like Mike Power wasn't putting his car quite in the right place there in the chase position. So let's watch from the sky view here. You can see that Taguchi is in outside zone #1. Power is not. He's outside the box. Same thing goes for outside zone #2. Now Taguchi was not deep into, but Mike Power was nowhere near it. I don't think Mike Power got a tire in outside zone 3, whereas Taguchi was somewhat in it there. And then Taguchi does a pretty good job through 4, while Mike Power is well inside there as well. I don't think Mike Power got into any of the outside zones potentially in the chase position, so that's not really looking good for him in a comparative sense now. We don't know how Taguchi's going to do, but Taguchi has a very easy job now in the chase position because he doesn't have a whole lot to overcome in terms of a chase mimic, a chase line. He might have an easier time here just because of the lines that Mike Power laid down in his chase position.
Yeah, like you said, just a little shallow. Could have been deeper, mimicking that angle. All of those elements combined, but overall, we'll see how this 2J powered S15 throws down Kazuya Taguchi. Give himself a bit of distance, a bit of run up. And remember, that lead car it can only leave until the lights extinguish. You can see him right in between the drivers. The chase car can leave that start line. You'll see them kind of roll into it to pace themselves to make sure. And Kazuya does a really good job. Look at that. Tip to tail, initiates. Could have been a little closer there, but just as I say that, now coming into that 2nd outside zone. Kazuya Taguchi ducks through that smoke. Good job out front by Mike Power. That 2J powered S15. Now coming on into that final outside zone. That's what you're talking about. So Mike Power did a really good job, but Kazuya Taguchi, I think, with dropping into formation as opposed to kind of nosing in proximity, where do the judges stand as far as proximity or pocket? Like, you know, mimicking the angle, or it's kind of hard to dissect, but your elaboration as you watch this.
Yeah, if you look at where he's going to place his car here on initiation, he's almost on the same line as Mike Power. He's definitely closer than Power was to his. And then if you look at outside zone 2, he's definitely right in the pocket. He's in the proper positioning there. Of course, he could be slightly closer, but if you compare his great line and maybe a car and a half width there away from the lead car compared to Mike Power's further distance and further inside line as well, what Taguchi is doing here is definitely what we're looking for comparatively. Of course, neither one of them was 100% ideal, but I think Taguchi did a much better job in the chase position of mimicking Mike Power's lead line and combining that with a decent amount of proximity as well.
Right. Proximity, mimicking that angle as well, and I think unfortunately with Mike going really shallow into the outside zone too, that's just been such a true indicator, because again, going 2 to 4, that flow into 3 overall, and that really kind of threw Mike Power off. And you know, just Mike Power carrying momentum from a couple years ago and winning at Irwindale. Would love to see him just, you know, really find that sweet spot. Don't know if he's really hit his stride. I know he's kind of right there. He's right on that cusp, but unfortunately right now is not the time. But Kazuya Taguchi, man, he hit that switch. Kazuya Taguchi moving on into the Great 8. And unfortunately, that is all she wrote for Mike Power. And we are in that Pedal Commander burnout box. That is Yves Meyer, that Gazoo Racing Switzerland Toyota. Got the Heat Wave palm tree on the side. And making his way to the start line. Yves Meyer, Federico Sceriffo. So Federico, he's taken a hit earlier with Daniel Stuckey. And then Yves Meyer earlier, you know, kind of Essa, when he went against Essa, was he getting 3 wheels off, came to the conclusion, not enough information, am I correct?
Yeah, that's correct. He got bumped at the finish line, got spun out. Federico, of course,
bumped after the finish line.
Bumped after the finish line. The back of his car got crushed in. So both of these drivers have had a little bit of drama building up to this battle right now. So
save the drama for your mama or your llama.
Hopefully they can stay away from you know, bumping into each other on this run, but hopefully they've had enough of that so far.
Yep, try to keep it clean. Keep it clean, boys. Let's see some good runs. Oop, and false start. All right, looks like Fetty jumped the light. Federico, lovingly, Fetty for short.
Strike one.
Strike one. Both these guys on Nexen tires, I believe. The Formula Drift Gantry, our 2022 championship. As you can see, our start line next year, celebrating 20 years the Formula Drift Championship. What all kicked off as an idea, as a fad here. Say that jokingly. Obviously not a fad. Growing worldwide. Formula Drift, the premier international drifting sanctioning body. Here we go, leaving that start line. Federico Sceriffo into that first outside zone. Yves Meyer spins out.
Whoa.
And Yves
what
Meyer,
happened there?
Yeah. To be honest, I don't know. Fetty does have to finish this run. That back left just with that trippy Italian flag on the spokes. Don't know what happened to Yves Meyer. I will say that I saw some fluid come off the back of Fetty's car. Right? Yeah, when he went to initiate, I saw kind of a splash. And I did see that at the end of his run while he's waiting. It looks like just either the radiator or something's flowing.
Where's he going? He's just going the long way around.
Yeah, I don't.
He's going back to his.
He might be having an issue, but like to know if he's got it.
Oh, there we go. Now we're turning around. So generally, the drivers turn around at that red cone over there, as Yves Meyer just did.
Let's take a look at the replay. So you saw the same thing I did?
I did. Yeah,
that
I saw
kind of splash.
Potentially, it was fuel coming out of the vehicle, but it's hard to tell.
Let's see a difference.
Right there. Right there.
Whoa.
Wow, that was a snap the other way so quickly.
Yeah.
I don't even know what would cause that.
Yeah, that
maybe lifting off the throttle, gripping real fast, the car rotates. Not sure. Maybe we can get the replay. Yeah, there we go.
So watch this. Splash. See that?
Yeah.
That back left. And that could very easily, but yeah, when you go
Why would you spin that way, though? If something was on the ground slippery, the car would have rotated.
But when he goes to flick the other way, I don't know.
He was so early for the transition. He was mid outside zone 1 when that happened. So I'm not sure what would have caused that spin.
Yeah, I think everybody saw the fluids come off the back. The question is, what was it? All right, so yeah, everybody saw it, but nothing is on the track.
Yeah.
And I definitely would you know, I'd love for Yves to say like, hey, what happened?
What occurred there?
Did it feel slick or was it just a total bonk?
Right. Did your car turn off and the car gripped and spun, or what? I don't even know how it could grip and spin that quickly.
See, look at all that.
That's probably water.
I mean, it's got to be water
system.
from the cooling.
He has a rear rat in that thing. You can see the air scoop above the rear window there. Okay. Very good.
That thing is dripping quite a bit. I mean,
yeah, and Yves not raising any concerns either, so this would be an opportunity for him to say something at this point.
Right. And we did see that, but you know what? Hey, guess what? Fetty finished out the run, Yves Meyer, so this will unfortunately be a deficit for Yves Meyer from Switzerland. Let's see what Yves got. He needs to throw down a heck of a run, and he needs Fetty to have a mistake in that chase position. Lead versus lead, chase versus chase. Yves Meyer now coming to that second outside zone. A little bit short, Fetty, very short, but it seems like he's doing a good job in that pocket and on that third outside zone. An early transition into outside zone 4, but does salvage it a bit now. Keep in mind, Yves Meyer did spin, Fetty finished out the run.
That's correct.
So, you know, unfortunately for Yves, it was over just as it began, and that hurts. That hurts because this is Yves Meyer. He's in the 16, but looks like unofficially, you know, he'll be going out.
I believe Federico, this is the furthest that he will have made it if he wins this battle right now.
Okay.
In competition. So looking at Yves Meyer, he does get into outside zone 1, whereas Federico does not. Outside zone 2, Yves gets in and leaves it very quickly. And like you said, Federico is a little further inside, but then gets on the same line as they go through outside zone number 3. In the lead position there, Yves transitions nicely into 4, and Federico transitions slightly early, but manages to finesse the car back into outside zone 4. So Yves isn't in the beginning of zone 1 there, but you can see he works his way into it. I guess the line that he was taking at initiation didn't allow him to get in early, but worked his way there. And then in outside zone 3, they both did a decent job there. Federico was probably a little bit inside, and then Federico transitions a little bit earlier there, but does get into outside zone 4.
Triple F Drifting Department, Pennzoil Lubricants, Fiorella Ferrari, and looks like Yves Meyer jumping out, and he's saying, look at this thing drip. So now it seems that he's pointing it out. He's saying, what is this? Obviously, you know, body language here. He's pointing out what we're seeing, and you called it out, Ryan. You said, hey, this is an opportunity for him. You know, why is he spinning? And obviously, you know, you're not allowed to use, you know, coolant or water wetter. Let's take a look at it again. Why did he go right?
I can't fathom why the car would go right. I don't.
Because he's just going.
I guess if the front washes out, maybe, but then grips after. I don't.
It seemed like he would go flick it in and then he'd spin to the left.
Because he's already set. The car's already set. See, it's set, and then all of a sudden,
it just whips. Yeah, his front wheels, he couldn't.
But the front of his car was nowhere near the back of Federico's car at that point in time. Like if you look at where the front of, it's like this, right? The back of the car is in the zone. The water would technically be in the zone, and the front of Yves' car is way out of the zone. So I don't see how, if there was water on the ground, how that would even affect it. So that's not really jiving for me, really, but I don't know.
It seemed uncharacteristic, but at the same time, we've seen crazier things. Trying to find out what's going on.
The only thing I can see is that power wasn't being supplied to the rear tires anymore. The car would straighten, and then, I don't know. We're getting a different explanation here from maybe his spotter.
Shout out to my wife, Stephanie, and Kim and Josh, and Andrew and Carmen, and Parker and Tyson, Colin, Charlie, watching at home. Love you guys. See you soon. Enjoying the 50-50 vibes, and right now, wondering what's going on here. So taking a look at the tail of the tape, we're running it back here, and it looks like we do have a verdict. So going to Federico Sceriffo, 2-1. So Fetty does get the win, and as you said, this could potentially be the furthest, or it is the furthest that Federico has advanced in Formula Drift competition. But Federico will be advancing on, and we will advance on. Let's throw it down to Lorette Nickel, who's with Kazuya Taguchi.
Well, he's the only driver that could have a perfect weekend after qualifying first. And Kazuya, so far, an excellent weekend for you.
Yeah, so far, I'm very happy about the yesterday's qualifying. You know, I got top qualifier. It was the first time in US series, so I'm happy. I'm really happy about that. And also my team owner, Jerry, is smiling, you know. But today is a different day. We're here the main day, so we just into the grade 8 with the top 16 was Mike Power. He's running same tires, which is GT Radial, and also same coilover company, Yellow Speed Racing. You know, I wanna win. You know, just like that. And we got win. And next battle, I don't know. Fede or Fede? Okay. Yeah. Let's show JDM style. I'm so excited.
Thank you, Kazuya. Jared.
Kazuya Taguchi, guess what? His English is better than my Japanese, so I love his excitement. You can see it regardless that, you know, his body language and his excitement is international. So stoked for Kazuya Taguchi, #1 qualifier. He does get 3 points too. So Kazuya Taguchi. Now let's go on to the head Drift Cave man. This is the Drift Cave boss, Matt Field, piloting his Falcon tires, Borla exhaust Corvette. Jeff Jones trying to give a run for his money, but unfortunately, Evo AutoWorks Nissan 370Z does spin out, and Matt Field continues on into that final outside zone. And Jeff Jones still pushes, but he knows he spun out. That will be, unfortunately, a deficit for Jeff Jones, but Matt Field, the guy to beat. He's got the target on his back, but right behind him, Frederick Aasbo, he's got the star on his back.
Yeah, that error that he made there wasn't quite a full spin. You could see that he got it to a little bit more angle, got back on throttle, and kind of worked his way through it there. So as he transitions here, he doesn't have the momentum. You can see he over-rotates, get back on throttle, almost straightens. So it's this very awkward situation that happened with his car there, and it's got no bearing whatsoever on what Matt Field did in the lead. No. Matt Field was doing his own thing there, and it just looks like Jeff potentially... No, couldn't be lost in the smoke. It was well beyond that. I think it was just rotating the car at the wrong time, not having the momentum.
Like he threw it in and
it wouldn't go out wide to outside zone number 2. So not ideal placement from Jeff Jones there. He's lucky that he didn't spin or straighten completely. It was definitely, if that was in a lead position, that would absolutely be unchaseable. But in the chase position, it's a huge deficit for him in the chase. He right now is going to have to hope for Matt Field to make an error like that or bigger in his chase run, and at the same time Jeff is going to have to run a comparable lead run to what Matt Field put down.
Jeff does have it in him. I know he does, and love Jeff's style, his tenacity. Just relentless is a nickname that Ryan gave him a long time ago, and it's really stuck not only as a nickname but also just a mindset, and consistently having fun, dancing, you know, just all of those things really contribute to Jeff Jones' program. And I really encourage, you know, not just towards Jeff, but Jeff right now, a lot of eyeballs. Would love for more companies to support, you know, privateers and teams like that. I mean, essentially, you know, you have teams of different degrees, but people like Jeff Jones are definitely a great testimonial to kind of for the love of the game and progression and professionalism and bring it on up and having fun. Here we go. So Jeff Jones out front, Matt Field in that chase position. Look at that. And Jeff Jones barely dipping that back right tire, and Matt Field getting aggressive in that chase position. Man, he was absolutely just buried in that smoke. Now coming through that final outside zone, Jeff Jones' car producing so much smoke. Just his wheel speed just cranking it out. Looks like he stopped by the Spirit store and grabbed a smoke machine. Doing a really good job. Yeah, formerly a Bath and Body Works, those Spirit stores, you know. But let's take a look at it again. Let's run it back, as they say.
He is definitely not afraid of the throttle. You can see that in his performance. So good initiation from Jeff. Comes out of outside zone 1, but Matt Field's on a tighter line there. And let's see here through outside zone 2. Jeff does miss outside zone number 2, and, well, Matt Field follows him. So, of course, his line's going to be off there as well. I think Matt's doing a better job here of mimicking what Jeff is doing in the lead. Jeff does get into outside zone 2 a little bit earlier, but Matt Field gets in there and joins him as well.
All right, let's see the outcome of this run. You can see Jeff just coming up a bit short. Fills that third outside zone. You see him quick little shimmy into that third outside zone. Matt didn't exactly tuck in on that final outside zone, but he's got to get involved. All right, slide him left for Field or right for Jones. And Matt Field does get the win. A good effort there by Jeff Jones. I think if he didn't have that kind of caught up line into outside zone 2, it wouldn't be so absolute, you know, decision towards Matt Field. But you know, he knows he's going against the points leader. He's going against, you know, somebody who's running for the championship. So
for sure, yeah, that error was just way too big to overcome or overlook, I should say.
Odi Bakchis, his frenemy, are they going to go against each other? Matt Field and Odi Bakchis, or is Nick Noback going to say, yes, back? I'm back, Nick Noback, driving that Coro Works BMW. Tyler, I know you're watching, homeboy. Thank you for watching. I hope you feel better. Put a smile on that face. Put your purple lobster dunks on and watch as your boy Nick Noback's going to throw down. Lauren, shout out to you. Thank you so much for tuning in, supporting, and loving on your man Tyler. But let's throw it down to Lorette Nickel. Which, Lorette, is this the furthest Federico's made it?
It is. This is his first time ever in the Great 8. He's had a couple of times in top 16, and so excited for you that things are working. You put a lot of work in the last 10 days. So tell everybody what you've done.
So we've been working on those details that you sometimes ignore because the car looks perfect, looks on point, but it's working on the really small details and being meticulous and overthinking about what could happen today. We were prepared. I simulated a situation like the hit of today on a wall, not somebody running into me, so we got back on track. And to be honest, the more I advance, the more I feel comfortable and I feel in the place where I should be. So I just can't wait now to meet Kazuya, I guess, and move on. It's a beautiful sensation in top 8 with Fiorella. Beautiful.
Congratulations, Fede, on achieving a personal record. We're looking forward to more from you, guys.
Well, congratulations, Federico Sceriffo, as we move on. Colin and Andrew, I know you're watching from Riverside, California. Here we go. Odi Bakchis and Nick Noback. A little swing in front of Odi Bakchis. Nick Noback, that Coro Works BMW. Now throwing it into that second outside zone. Odi Bakchis, very uncharacteristic in that chase position. Looks unsettled, but Nick Noback throwing it down. Odi Bakchis going off course. What is going on with Odi? But Noback, regardless, out front is running a strong game.
Wow.
So I can't remember. I don't think Odi's called a comp timeout. He shut it down. He shut it down.
Oh no, he did call a comp timeout.
Did he?
He bumped into somebody earlier in the front right. They had to check it. You remember?
That's right. He did. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I did not take note of that because yeah, Odi went against Reeder. He did call that comp timeout. Yep. And he says I need to be 100% at going against Reeder.
Right.
And he did. So
they checked that front right.
Right. Well, he changed his tires. Changed his fronts.
So let's look at. Here we go. We've got the initiation. Odi had a hesitation there going to outside zone 1. Didn't fill it like Nick did. And then right there, Nick has a bit of a bobble, but Odi has a much bigger one that I don't think was caused by Nick's. And then, was that 3 wheels off for Odi? That might have been 3 off for Odi in the chase there through outside zone number 3. We're going to have to look at that again. Hopefully we can see through the smoke whether or not that was 3 wheels off.
Yeah, that's... All right, so a very crazy turn of events. Look like, I mean, just how much dirt was being thrown up. We'll run that back. Right now, we're going to finish out the second half of this battle. But how loose Odi is very, very surprising. That's very uncharacteristic of Odi Bakchis. But guess what? Nick Noback could enter into the Great 8 for the first time. So another newcomer. We're talking about Matt Field going against Odi like it's definitive. But guess what? Nope, not today. It's not Noback. It's yes back. Come on. Bring it back. as Odi Bakchis goes in that first outside zone. Looks a lot more settled here. Now, oh no, Nick Noback dives in on the inside. He grips up and takes that line. That's what we're talking about. That's what Jeff Jones did. Now in that third outside zone, but now I believe those three wheels going off will come into play. And now, again, Nick not hitting that second outside zone, not hitting that fourth outside zone. That could hurt him, but the big indicator here is just Odi Bakchis on that first run. Lead versus lead, chase versus chase. That's what we're analyzing.
Yes, it is, Jared.
I just, you know, I want to be cognizant of, you know, you being here in the announcer's booth. Want to make sure that, you know, you have the opportunity to analyze and really focus on what your task at hand is. And it's your priority is judging and not announcing. I'm going to go ahead and you don't need to elaborate. You kind of go ahead and sit and meld with it, and you think in your own head, because I know Brian and Chris, they're analyzing, and I'm looking over your guys' shoulders. You haven't chosen anything, so I'm just generically talking about the run and what I see, not trying to steer in any direction, not trying to give any sort of clarification of what's going on, other than Nick Noback filled that outside zone. This was the lead run of Nick Noback, so we're really focusing on this. Again, Noback gets out of the second zone. Watch Odi Bakchis. So that's a 1, that's a 2, and that's 3 off. That front left was off. That's an incomplete.
Yep.
So it was very clear, and it's very unlike Odi. That's why I'm just as shocked. And you know, we saw it earlier. You know, we saw in Robert Thorne. We saw that earlier with you know, TLO going off, Robert Thorne going off, and now here is Odi Bakchis, who, you know, second in the championship overall in previous years, going for the championship this year again. But Nick Noback gets the victory. Noback advances on into the Grade 8. Nick Noback flying that Elton flag. He's going to be a rocket man into the Grade 8. Congratulations, Nick Noback, advancing on into the Link Engine Management Grade 8.
Well, Jared, that's a couple of upsets so far there.
Yeah, talking about, you know, I mean, as far as, you know, not so much upsets. I mean,
not even numerically, because Odi did qualify 28th and Noback was 12th. So numerically, it's not an upset. The typical driver that makes it to the top 4 got knocked out. And in no way is that a bad thing. It's just a bit of a surprise, maybe.
Upset's correct. That's proper terminology. But also, I think the big upset here is for Odi. Like you said, his car wasn't 100%. He said he turned off the nitrous, tried to go for it on that first run, but he knew he got in and salvaged a, you know, qualifying position. But that is a big shock to the Odi camp.
Sure.
But you know, Nick Noback, he's stoked. So you know, and that's what happens. You know, we talked about Kazuya Taguchi. Why is it working for him this round? You know, here he is going through Dan Burkett, going through power. He goes against Federico. Kazuya Taguchi has a real good shot at winning this darn event. And we always talk about that perfect event, #1 qualifier. Why do things come to fruition when they do? The stars align. You know, the car, the track setup, the headspace, you know, the temperature, all of those things combined. And it'd be great to see. Look, 4 events. We've had 4 different winners. This is the 5th event. We get a fifth different winner.
Yeah. It's
and that would be great, I think.
It's a lot of stars need to align for an event win to happen.
Yep.
Sometimes just for a single win within, you know, one battle kind of thing.
Yeah.
And for that, you know, for this to be occurring, is this the furthest that Noback has made it in competition as well? We have 2 drivers in top 8. It's their first time getting in there.
Yep. Yeah. Well, and then I don't know how far Taguchi's gone. I don't know if he's gone to the Final 4. We'll see. You know what? Look, let's keep this party going. Here we go. And let's talk about Dean Carnage Kearney, who qualified 31st against Wataru Masuyama, qualified 15th. So look at this. Man, look at that mean black paint. It is just shining bright like a diamond. The Black Pearl. That is Dean Carnage Kearney. Wataru Masuyama will lead. Dean Carnage Kearney giving chase. Wataru Masuyama, the Buy Now Japan S15, into that first outside zone, the Hyper NFT.io Dodge Viper, into that second outside zone. It seems like the Chase drivers are just gripping up and catching just the wrong line, unfortunately, in that Chase position. Every lead run, we've seen the Chase driver just grip up
Yeah, that transition ends up being a little too early, and the momentum dies down, and they can't get the car all the way out to outside zone 2 to follow. And it's not everybody. You know, we've had a couple of good chases through there, but it's happening pretty often, I'd say, you know.
Yeah, it's just a surprising turn of events,
It
or
is.
no turn of events.
Hey.
Wataru Masuyama, let's look at it again.
Nice flick to initiation from Masuyama. Is in the zone, and then you can see in the chase there, Kearney does work his way into the zone, but transitions way too early there. Doesn't have the momentum to get to outside zone 2, whereas Masuyama did get out to it. And then Masuyama runs through 3. Kearney does a better job in 3, and then does not get into outside zone 4, but does get into proximity there by making a compromise on line through outside zone 4. So as we look at it from a different view, you can see the proximity is not great right there. Dean does cut the line quite a bit there, gains a bit of proximity, but Masuyama had been on throttle earlier than him because of his better line through there, so it does start to pull away. Dean does sacrifice line again in 4 and does get a little bit closer, but you know, he did make some sacrifices to get there.
Now let's alternate the positions. Dean Kearney will lead. I have a feeling Dean's going to go for it again. He knows that he had that major mistake. He saw Masuyama on the left-hand side of him, quite a bit of distance away, and that's going to, I think, really create a fire in the cockpit of that Dodge Viper. HyperNFT.io, we got a clean start. Here comes that Dodge Viper of Dean Kearney into that first outside zone. Want to see a different angle from that. Didn't see exactly if he was within that outside zone. He does drag that back left. Now into the third outside zone, really locking that in. Now Masuyama not too far behind him. And Masuyama did a good job mimicking his line. And Masuyama, look at this. He's advanced. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Easy now,
sorry,
Jared.
but I'm not just knee-jerk
Jumping
reaction.
to conclusions.
I'm not jumping to conclusions. I'm just
walking to conclusions.
Stepping. Sure. Hip hopping, skipping. Gosh.
You can see that in the lead position there, Kearney's not filling outside zone 1, but Masuyama is mimicking his line. You can see there, Dean leaves outside zone 2 a little early. Masuyama's right there with him. Good proximity, good mimic on line, good mimic on angle as well. So as they come through zone number 2, you can see that Masuyama's right in that sweet spot. Falls back slightly there for zone 3, but that's expected through that area. And then as they transition, Masuyama's right on the same line and follows Dean Kearney everywhere that he goes. So great job from Masuyama.
And the only reason I say jumping to conclusions or saying that Masuyama gets the win, as I see you type some things in, I'm looking over your shoulders, it was blaringly obvious that Masuyama, you know, unfortunately, Masuyama didn't make that large of mistakes compared to Dean Kearney. So if it's blatantly obvious, I'm sorry. I have to state the facts. I don't want to look like I don't know what I'm talking about. I have to do that. So Masuyama unanimously gets the win. Unfortunately, Kearney in that big mistake in that chase position gets knocked out in that HyperNFT.io Dodge Viper. Masuyama advancing on. Look at the variety of what's going on here. Taguchi, Sceriffo. Field, we've seen him here before. Nick Noback, never seen him before. Masuyama, trying to recall, has he been this far? Again, a lot of wheels and tires have been turned and burned. And now Gushi and Hurst. Royal Purple, the official engine oil of Formula Drift. Ken Gushi, Jonathan Hurst. You see the stats? It says Okinawa, Japan, but Southern California. Of course, he was born in Japan, but Paducah, Kentucky right there. Jonathan Hurst. Hurst was to go against Chris Forsberg. Lost a cylinder in his VR-powered all-new Z. And just had 2 turns and just lost power, so unfortunately could not progress on. Here we go with this next battle. Ken Gushi, Jonathan Hurst. So Ken Gushi will lead, Jonathan Hurst giving chase. Ken Gushi through that start chicane. Initiating into that first outside zone.
Contact.
Who's at fault? I don't know. We'll see.
Maybe. Could we consider that a collision? I think that we can. You know, that's the level above contact. So we have a couple of different. Ooh, that looks like that looks way worse than we thought on first look there. There are different levels of cars touching each other. There's contact, which is just they touched each other and they moved on and everything's fine. A collision, we need a statement of fault from the judges. So this is definitely going to be one of those situations. As we look at these beautiful drone footage that we have here, we're going to get a great view of what occurred at initiation.
Wow.
So that impact happened almost right at the beginning of the zone. So that decel zone ends right at the beginning of the zone, and that's almost where it happened. You could see that was still kind of that collision was on its way to happening at the beginning of the zone, and it occurred just beyond the beginning of outside zone number 1. So it's good that we have a couple of different views on this. It's going to give us a couple of perspectives, and
yeah, that was quite a big contact. Unfortunate for Ken Gushi. Looks like he sustained a bit more damage. We will see.
So front left suspension potentially is damaged, or are they going to let him drive away? No, they're flatbedding him off. So it looks like potentially that is serious damage to the front left of Ken Gushi. All right, so we're going to see this from the drone once again. Let's look at the momentum of Ken Gushi.
Yeah, this is a tough one to dissect.
Sure,
I'm just going to lay
one.
out. You guys go and elaborate on it.
So as we look at the initiation here,
yeah, and Ryan, we've instituted decel sensors and decel lights.
Yeah, we have lights on the windshield that will light up if the car is
Look at the smile still with Gushi. Still sees it. Ken Gushi still has such a great spirit. Sorry, he's saying sorry.
All right.
The Ken Gushi Motorsports Toyota GR86 taking a look at this right now. So
looking for that decel light on the windshield right there, and then it turns off, and then the impact happens. So the decel light comes on when a certain threshold is met, and that is a decel, a certain amount of speed lost over a short amount of distance. So you can see the decel light coming on in the decel area. It turns off at the beginning of the zone, which is perfect. And you can see that in the chase position, it looks like, you know, after watching this a few times, it just looks like Hurst in the chase position isn't adapting to what the lead car is doing. The lead car is allowed to decel in that area, and then they are to get back on throttle at the beginning of the zone. But it didn't look like Ken Gushi had the chance to get back on throttle by the time he got hit. So there has to be an understanding there that the lead car is allowed to decel, get the car set, and then get back on throttle by the beginning of the zone. And you can see there that there was a slight flash from Hurst's decel light. You can see it in the windshield there, just before impact, but maybe there should have been more potentially. Yeah, this is one of those tricky situations. So now we're going to have to assess fault. They're still working on getting Gushi's car off the track, as there is a break in the front left suspension components there. So Gushi's car is being towed off. Once we get that car off, then we will assess fault, and we will see. Then at that point, whoever is not at fault will have 10 minutes to look at their car. If the other driver, the one that is considered at fault, wants to look at their car, they then have to call a competition timeout.
Mm-hmm.
Once the 10 minutes elapses for the vehicle that is not at fault, if they're not done fixing their car, they can then call a competition timeout if they need an extra 5 minutes.
So total of 15,
Total of 15, potentially.
Once they get hands on the car, who's not at fault, 15, but... yeah, we'll see. It seems like Gushi caught the majority of the damage here, so we'll see if we can get it together. Our judges are really going to analyze this run. I heard you even say it. This is a tough one, guys. This is a tough one, and it's a lot to scrutinize. But when we come back, more to come. We already have. We got 5 drivers already in the grade 8s. So we're quickly moving to the top 16. Up until this point, we'll keep the party going. Don't go anywhere. Worldwide Technology Raceway playing host to round 5 of the Formula Drift Pro Championship.
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win. Pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support our performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU, the performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
How does one car going wild in a mall help us tell the GR story?
You're right.
We need more cars.
The Falcon Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falcon Azenis RT660.
When I'm flying, I put my helmet on, my visor down, my mask up. You don't know who I am. Whether I'm African American, Asian American, Hispanic, white, male or female. You just know I'm an American airman kicking your butt. I'm General C.Q. Brown Jr. Come join us.
When you have a lot of money tied up in your transmission and differential in your car, kind of like I do in this one, this is a must-have. Royal Purple Max Gear High Performance Gear Oil. Even under severe squeeze film conditions caused by sudden shock, extreme high loads, or low RPMs, Max Gear helps reduce bearing wear. I am pretty sure we put this to the test more than anybody else. Slippery, synthetic, and complete with Centerlick technology, Max Gear reduces wear and friction, which allows your gears to run smoother, quieter, cooler, and longer. Drift tested and ready for your gears. Royal Purple Max Gear.
All top 32 competitors are ready to go at Worldwide Technology Raceway near St. Louis.
All right. That's where we're at, and we'll see at the crossroads. That is the dozer, Dylan Hughes, plowing his way through competition. Can he make his way into the Great 8? Right now he's in the 16. This is the Royal Purple Top 16. You can see the Royal Purple O'Reilly Auto Parts Falcon tires wrapped around those Forge Star wheels. And now coming in to that start line, Dylan Hughes going against Rome Charpentier. This should be a good one. Remember, Rome was against one of Dylan's best friends, Travis Reeder, in the finals in New Jersey. And Rome fought tooth and nail. Unfortunately, Reeder got him, but this should be a good one. And again, Rome talking about giving moderns hell. His mom talking about, you know what, red didn't suit him well last year in 2021. 22, lighten things up a little bit. Why not? green and pink. That's pretty soft, the pastel color palette. But we got, we got the royal purple livery. Which way do you think this is going to go, Ryan? What are your expectations? I mean, because here's Dylan Hughes. He went against Ulla Jaeger. Rome went against Brandon Sorensen that one more time. So here we go. Beamers versus
A BMW is going to win.
I think a BMW is going to win.
That's a safe bet.
I think
it's
Rome or Dylan.
I don't know. Everything's so
up in the air.
Yeah, everything's up in the air. That's a good way to put it. It's a dramatic evening. A lot of crazy things are happening. Some crashes and this and that. I just hope they have a clean battle and everybody has fun.
One person will lose, one person will win. And guess what? There's only one that's the happiest here tonight, and that's going to be the winner. Everybody else, lose with grace.
Well, let's see
that's
what
my
happens,
recommendation.
Here we go.
There's more rounds, there's more competition, there's more tires to be burned. Dylan Hughes will lead. Royal Purple, Riley Auto Parts, Falcon Tire, BMW. Got the 2J under the hood, the LS of Rome Charpentier, trying to give that modern hell, as his wing says. Now in that second outside zone, Dylan Hughes does a good job. Rome Charpentier, you can see him nice and close. Has to back off just a little bit. And now into that last and final outside zone. Does get those tires into that and beyond that last outside zone.
That transition from the flat portion to the bank, sometimes it looks so rough.
It looks violent.
It looks rough, but the tires all stay on and everything seems fine. So here we go, Ken Gushi being backed off the flatbed, and they'll get his fix started soon. As we watch the replay here from above, Dylan gets the car initiated nicely. And you see Rome there just slightly inside in the chase position. As they transition to number 2, you can see that Rome is a little bit inside, kind of gets a little close there and backs off slightly, has a little hesitation. And as they transition to outside zone number 4, that's where Dylan dipped the tire quickly off the track. And looking here at outside zone 1 to outside zone 2 again, right there, Rome, he's there, he's in, he's out a little bit, and then he's back in again. Going to outside zone 3, pretty good job from both of them, but there is a gap established there between the two of them. And right there, Rome does not really fill outside zone 4. He gets in close and then has a tighter line through the majority of outside zone 4.
Rome pulls his way up to the start line. And like I said, Rome has just gained, and Dylan, I mean, there's just so many drivers that, I mean, like I said, look at how this grade 8 is forging. Taguchi, Federico, Field, Noback, Masuyama, and either Hughes or Rome. The final bracket, that bracket of death is being branded, the Tuerck and Aasbo battle. That's up next. Okay, Rome Charpentier going across the nose of Hughes, and Hughes tucks in really tight. Wow, doctor, look at that. Now into that second outside zone. Rome really deep in that second outside zone, but cannot shake Dylan Hughes. Now Dylan transitions into that last outside zone. That was a good move. I want to see that overhead perspective. It looks fantastic. It looks like a little dance with the vehicles and the drone, but we need to see exactly where that car was placed in that outside zone.
Yeah, that zippy drone looks awesome. But let's look at this overhead view right here. I want to see the initiation. You can see there that Rome did his little flick, and Dylan took a chance and stayed nice and close, and he had to kind of get out of his way there, and it didn't hurt him on outside zone 1, but Dylan did not fill outside zone 2 behind Rome. And then right here, Dylan's nice and close as they come around outside zone 3. Outside zone 4, you can see Dylan transitions at the same time as Rome, but is not on the same line. So he's off of outside zone 4 ever so slightly there. Outside zone 4 looked amazing. Dylan did transition. He had to get out of Rome's way, though, so he could transition and then put him on a different line than Rome because he had stayed close for so long. But outside zone 3, nicely done. Transitions a little early for 4, and then we get that really fancy, spinny, zippy drone footage there. Really great run by both drivers.
Yeah, just again getting all those perspectives, doing a great job with all the coverage. Thank you to our production team, just getting all the angles from the eye in the sky, down on the ground, getting the FPVs, just showing you all different perspectives from the comfort of your own home or if you're here in the building. So let's look at our BC Racing side by side. Go for gold. Who's going for gold? Who's moving on?
All right, one eyeball on each one of these screens right now. Looking at which driver is going to be putting their car in the right place, lead and chase. A lot of it looks pretty similar. Dylan definitely has more proximity throughout the run, whereas Rome in his chase had to make some sacrifices. to gain that proximity, and he didn't have it for a lot of the run.
All right, we got hands on, or I don't, but the Threes Racing team does. The Ken Gushi Racing, you can see Ken's even got his hands on the vehicles, the outside of the car. So 10 minutes, you can see that 7:30 in the back. That's the 10 minutes because you say that Jonathan Hurst was at, or what? Sorry, who's at fault?
Yes, Jonathan Hurst was considered at fault for that situation, which gives Ken Gushi the full 10 minutes. That's not involved in his competition timeout. That is a freebie 10-minute. Here you go.
All right, do we have a verdict? Dylan Hughes, Rome Charpentier, and we got 1 for Dylan and 2 one more times. They are going one more time.
OMT.
So this will be an OMT. Again, not unanimous. One of the judges going for Dylan Hughes. So Ken Gushi getting that 10-minute allotment, and these gentlemen will throw some fresh rubber underneath their vehicle. Gushi, 10-minute allotment, as you said, not affecting their NGK competition timeout. And right now, you saw in Orlando, and I think you saw it. Was it in Atlanta? I think it was in Atlanta. Ryan Tuerck, Frederick Aasbo, here we go. These guys have done battle against each other. Ryan Tuerck, Frederick Aasbo. It's Rockstar, it's Toyota, it's Nitto Tire, and one of these gentlemen will be advancing on. Will it be the defending 2-time FD champion, second in points? Ryan Tuerck comes 4th in points. Which Toyota, which Rockstar driver, which Nitto pilot? Ryan Tuerck will lead in that Rain-X Toyota GR Corolla. Nitto Tires on the corner, Rockstar Energy through the veins, chasing him down. The Rockstar Energy drink. Toyota GR Supra, 2-time champ, Frederick Aasbo. Ryan Tuerck goes in that first outside zone. Frederick Aasbo tucks nice and tightly in behind that Nitto Tire smoke into that second outside zone. And Frederick Aasbo cannot be shaken right there. The gold nose up in the door of that Toyota GR Corolla. Final outside zone, both of them overcooking.
Was
there
contact there?
Question. That was a question. That's not a statement. Was.
Yes, I think there was contact. It looked like maybe Aasbo bumped the back of Ryan and sent him off the track. So we're going to have to see how serious that bump was, or if that was simply Ryan Tuerck getting off track on his own. But it did look like there was a bump. There is some damage to the back of the car. So let's have a look at the replay that our good friends down on the ground are going to set up for us right now. That was exciting. All right, looking at this from the drone up in the sky. Look at how close Aasbo is right here, but I'd love to see the angle that Tuerck ran around that outside zone 2. But right there, you've got Aasbo right with him, not letting him get away. As they transition right here, boom.
Looks like he nicked him. That nose, that Supra nose, which Matt Field is so familiar with. It looked like, from my eyes and my perception, what I see in front of me, it looks like the Toyota Supra just barely nicked the back end of that Toyota Corolla. And you got to think, Aasbo looks like he does take a shallower line here, by the way. He does exceed the front end of that Toyota Corolla. Now let's look at it again.
So right here is where the hit's going to happen, right there. So it looks light, but it's enough to send Tuerck off, and you can see the damage on the back bumper
Look at the
there.
front right. Look at the front right bumper of Aasbo.
And then the front right, there's damage on both cars in those
So it's the right nostril,
areas.
not so much the tip of the nose. It's the right nostril of the nose of the Supra.
Aasbo needs a little rhinoplasty on that car, maybe to shorten it up a little bit. Maybe it's a little too big, and he's not comfortable with how long it is.
Lifting that front right tire. Look at the grip. And there might have even been contact there. Watch
Right.
So yeah.
Boom. Yeah.
And
phenomenal placement, though, up until that point.
Yeah, I mean, Aasbo knows who he's going against here. Let's take a look. Right there. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, I mean, you got to think right behind that front right bumper, or the front right nose, the corner, and how short that bumper hang. We always talk about the Corolla.
Sure.
And Frederick Aasbo is very familiar with that car because that car, you know, obviously he piloted that vehicle before Ryan Tuerck. So, yeah, so you know, lights are moving. You can see that front right light is hampered a bit. And we have a late comer here. This is a all-turbo, rear-wheel drive.
Massive turbo.
Briggs & Stratton. That's what we're looking at right now. This thing really blows. This thing right here. This guy, yeah, he gets after it.
He doesn't quite have the tight red jacket of, you know, the Mountie jacket that the other guy does.
Well, I think it was the stripes that really locked it in on the pants, too. It looked like boots. Yeah, a man here, Todd. Again, this is not the last airbender. This is the second to last airbender. He's completely trumped
Right up in her.
All right, let's lay out and listen. Let's listen. The sounds of the sport. They might have been rubber to rubber just because of that front right corner of Aasbo hitting that back left of Ryan Tuerck, but both of them going off, and that would affect both of them completely assessing what's going on at first glance.
Either way, it's exciting, Jared.
No, that's what we're here for. We're looking for that razor's edge, you know, and sometimes you get cut and sometimes you risk it for the biscuit, and that's why I say, you know, notably, you know, that Rockstar Toyota Supra got into a tussle with Matt Field, and it was just that nose. Oh, and a minute 35 for Ken Gushi, and this is, I assume this is the remainder of the first 10 minutes. Now, if the 10-minute expires, and I'm sure it will, they'll utilize all of it. I have to assume they'll just go ahead and use their competition timeout, and they're 5 minutes after
Right,
this.
they should have another 5 minutes beyond this minute, whatever's left now.
Backing up is the Toyota Supra of Frederick Aasbo. I assume he's just going to kind of warm his tires, or no?
Oh,
no,
yeah,
he is. Yeah.
he is.
All right. Lorette, down to you. What's up?
Well, Ken Gushi is sticking his head under here, and I was about to go in and ask, but there's a lot of action going on the back left tire. Toe. They're going to have to, man, I don't know if they're going to be able to make it. So 42 seconds at this point. He does still have 5 minutes left. So 36 seconds. The guys are still working, and they do have the 5-minute competition timeout left.
Here we go, back to the second half of this battle. Frederick Aasbo now in front. Ryan Tuerck in the chase position into the first outside zone. How are they going to handle the second outside zone? Will Ryan Tuerck chase him down? Aasbo gets all the way out there. So does Ryan Tuerck. Now the twin Toyotas going to that third outside zone, and this is where the contact was made in that fourth outside zone. Looks like Ryan Tuerck kicks back a little bit, does not get all the way out to the outside zone, comes up a bit short. Was that calculated? Did he say, like, look, I don't need to apply the pressure so much? Who's at fault, and was fault deemed? We don't know, because neither of them put hands on the car, so that was never deemed who was at fault, because neither of them went towards the pits. Am I correct in saying that, Ryan?
You are correct in saying that. We have not made it public, so to speak, who we consider at fault. The three judges, we didn't really even talk about it at all. You and I have been talking the whole time, so I'm not even sure if they discussed it. But looking at this replay right now, you see Ryan Tuerck nice and close, mimicking Aasbo's line really well there. Does a pretty good job through outside zone two as well. Of course, Aasbo's putting together a great lead run. In the chase position there, Tuerck does fall back a little bit through here. Doesn't quite have the proximity, and he does run a slightly tighter line through that outside zone 4 area. So he does have the proximity at the beginning of the track. You can see here, Ryan's real close to Frederick as they come through outside zone 1. Right there, they kind of fall off a little bit. Tuerck's now on a slightly, no, he's on the same line there, but then falls back right here. This is where Aasbo was very, very close to Ryan. And as they transition here, Tuerck is back a little bit and is making a compromise there to try to gain some proximity by being inside a little bit. But I think after what happened in run 1, if you put the blame on Aasbo, as I do, it looks like Ryan may have an advantage here.
And this really shakes things up. Remember, Frederick Aasbo second in points coming to this round of competition. Ryan Tuerck sitting in 4th. And here we're on the 16. Who's moving on into the 8? Ryan Tuerck, Frederick Aasbo, the Rockstar Toyotas, both on Nitto tires. And Ryan Tuerck unanimously gets the win. Ryan, if you would elaborate a little bit more. What? All right, well, Ryan Tuerck gets the win in that Rain X Toyota GR Corolla, the Rockstar, the 4-in-1, the 4-in-1, and the information is that he is moving on.
He is moving on.
Yeah, some exciting news. So you can see the clock, 5-minute allotment, NGK competition timeout being utilized. That back right-hand corner, you can see 3 minutes left of that 5-minute NGK competition timeout. So Tuerck does advance on. He is in the grade 8. Shake, you feel that? That's an earthquake. That's shaking things up. That's Ryan Tuerck in 4th into this round. Frederick Aasbo 2nd, gets knocked out in that 16. Now keep in mind, Matt Field is still in it. He's in the grade 8 on the other side. Now pulling up to the line for their one more time battle, Dylan Hughes and Rome Charpentier. Here we go. We're ready to send cars here for our one more time battle in that royal purple top 16. 2 BMWs, 1 2J powered, 1 LS powered, and 1 moving on. Who's going against Ryan Tuerck in the grade 8? Hughes or Charpentier? Approaching that second outside zone. Good proximity by Rome in that chase position. Dylan Hughes using all the course. Dylan going a little bit deeper. Good fluid line. A little shimmy to get into that second outside zone, or excuse me, third outside zone. And then finally, Rome, good proximity. Wasn't as deep, but good in the pocket. Almost exceeding a little bit, but overall a great line.
Love that view, Jared. I think that Rome did a much better chase run here than he did on the first battle. In terms of proximity, he was there, but he was much better mimicking the line that Dylan was laying down in the lead. So I think that's a huge improvement from Rome. He did dive in slightly there and then get back online, but overall I think he did much better. In the lead position, it looked like Dylan put a great lead run down, didn't surpass the course boundaries there in outside zone 4, but if you look at where Rome is, he's within proximity, he's mimicking probably about 90% of Dylan's lead line, and that's what he needs to do. He needs to mimic that line while maintaining that proximity. So right there through outside zone 2 is the only place I really saw him make that compromise in a serious way. And as he comes to outside zone 4 here, does a pretty good job. Maybe a little bit inside there as well. So in the chase position, 30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds. We are seeing the torque wrench out. That means he's throwing lug nuts on it, and 30 seconds for Ken Gushi. Again, 10 minutes, and look at that. We are getting all hands on deck here. 20 seconds. It looks like he should be good to go.
This is down to the wire.
Yeah, this is down to the wire. It looks like race tape. They just need to drop it down, and aesthetic-wise, it looks like it'll be okay. And Ken Gushi throwing on his sparkle gloves. All right. And there is back to there. We are seeing Rome Charpentier back in that lead position. This is run 2 of the one more time battle. And I do agree. I think Rome had a less chaotic chase run there. It seemed just a little smoother, and that just comes with experience, knowing who you're going against, and you just calm the nerves. And now Rome, aggressive flip, but Dylan Hughes quickly gets to the side of that E36. It looks like Dylan not as aggressive as well, so it looks like they learned something from that first battle. And remember, Dylan was really aggressive on the outside zone 4. Let's see how he handles this. Looks like he lets him go, and then, oh boy.
Rome was off the track and starting to spin, and Dylan was right there. That's my initial view of what happened. But it looked like Rome was already rotating off the track. He was 2 wheels off, and you had Dylan coming in, you know, trying to maintain proximity through the last, because everybody wants to put an exclamation point on their chase run in outside zone 4, and that's exactly what Dylan was doing. And he didn't anticipate Rome in the lead position there, over-rotating the car, going 2 wheels off, and kind of parking right in front of him in that error that he made. And you could see that Dylan put his car right in the side of Rome's and did considerable damage there. And neither one of them is moving, so potentially they have some damage that won't allow them to move. Let's look at the replay here. Dylan did a great job of mimicking the line there from Rome early on. Dylan had a kind of an awkward transition, but did get back online, got back in proximity, and you can see there a little bobble from both of them. And then as they transition here, watch Rome's car. Look, I don't think he was going to be able to save that. It looked like the car was rotating pretty heavily, and Dylan got right in there. So I'm going to have to watch that again, of course, but that's what it looks like upon first view.
Yeah, at first glance, let you and the judges make an assessment. And thumbs up from these guys. You can see the Toyota Rockstar drivers, and we'll get Let's see Ryan Tuerck, man. It's a long night. It's a long day. A lot of heat. Let's slide him left for Dylan Hughes or right for Rome Charpentier. Who's going against Ryan Tuerck? Dylan Hughes, the dozer. Dylan Hughes moves on. Again, after a great one more time battle, Dylan Hughes moves on. Rome Charpentier knocked out. So it's Tuerck and Hughes. Is it me, or is that front left wheel pushed back, or is it slammed down? Or
I think the fender's
okay, yeah, it's just buckled up.
out too, yeah.
Buckled up. All right, so one more spot to fill, and that was Gushi versus Hurst. It looked like Gushi was buttoning up his car. Don't know if that's official, but we saw the clock ticking down. So 7 of the 8 vehicles. Well, again, it's Hughes versus Tuerck. Well, Lorette, let Ryan Tuerck know he's going against Hughes in the Grade 8.
Hughes in the Grade 8, and you just battled your teammate, and this win feels bittersweet and like it's confusing for you.
Yeah, it's just bittersweet. I mean, there's like 3 things. Number 1, it really stinks going up against your teammate. 2, it stinks going up against your teammate in top 16. And then if you win on a mistake, you really just want to have a really hard-fought battle, clean, and let the best man win situation. So I am glad we're going to top 8, and Freddie put on a heck of a chase lap all the way to the end there. And if he hadn't made contact, my chase lap wasn't compared to his, so he would have had it. But anyway, we're happy to move top 8.
Okay, so looking at that, how do you clean up your chase run against Dylan Hughes?
Yeah, just it was more a lot of nerves. So now we have a quick turnaround time in top 8. So hopefully my muscle memory is right there, and we're ready to battle.
Okay, Ryan, thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, Lorette. And we are seeing Rome Charpentier waiting for that flatbed, and kind of talking about bittersweet, fortunate, unfortunate. There's Rome waving to the crowd. He's always got a smile on his face. Thank you, Rome, for having a great attitude. And again, we saw that contact. Don't know if oil was thrown down. Here is that great battle between Ryan Tuerck. So look at that proximity. Frederick Aasbo right there, transitioning through into that second outside zone. They both had a fairly, I mean, look at that, just riding the door. And then transitioning in. And contact in that final outside zone.
Looks like a lot of work needs to be done to get that car up on the flatbed.
Yeah, the thing slammed.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think I agree with you. That front left fender buckled, so it just folded underneath that wheel. But we do have one more battle in our Royal Purple Top 16, and that will be Gushi and Hurst.
I believe that is exactly where he got hit, is it not? Right in the front left. So
all right,
could be some suspension damage there.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, the Garagistic BMW being towed off, and unfortunately that will be the last we see of it until Seattle, Evergreen Speedway. When we come back, one more final battle in the top 16. Don't go anywhere. The action continues. More top 16. One battle left to find out who's going in the Grade 8 here at Worldwide Technology Raceway. I'm Jared Deanda, Ryan Lontaine. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
For those who don't settle when others do, who will give everything but won't give up. For those who believe in unlimited while others limit themselves. For those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
The first time you try Pedal Commander, you'll feel oh yeah.
In Rockstar Energy Drink. There's Matt Wall, the twin turbo figure. As you see, Tanner fast going through the paces. Solid line here. Great angle. Woo! Good initiation from Guy. Did you see that main flick entry? Just gangster right there.
Great job right there by Aasbo, but look at Odie Bakchis diving right in on the attack.
Positioning now. Ryan Turf really needs to show up. He went off course. Tightens up to the front clip. Asbo's spreading. The Norwegian hammer gets sweated by Noback. And he just keeps on going past. Aasbo fills all the outside zone. Michael, that's a right there. Looking at him roll tide. Here we go. Final outside zone line. Pretty straightforward. Outside zone. Aasbo right there. And now bring around that final clip. Approach, pulls the tire up.
So qualifying playing a role here in Long.
I'm Dylan Hughes, Formula Drift Pro Driver, and today we're going to talk about Royal Purple HPS and what actually goes into it. There's a lot of talk about additives, and Royal Purple has its proprietary Centerlick technology. It is fortified with a high level of zinc phosphorus anti-wear additive for exceptional protection against heat and wear. Its high film strength improves sealing between the piston ring and cylinder wall for maximum horsepower and torque. Royal Purple HPS, race car technology for the street.
Formula Drift is brought to you by BC Racing, the official suspension of Formula Drift. Go for gold. Falcon Tire. Tuerck Drift, the official blockchain game of Formula Drift.
Go down the backstretch, I guess. Hang on, we're going. We're going to drive down the backstretch, is that right? Go right to the starting gate. Just yell at me, go right to the starting gate.
Yeah, you got a cold one? Yeah.
So how you feeling, man? Ready to roll. That spotter from yesterday is like, yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, we're doing something right.
So I want to make sure that you judges know that hopefully all the lead guys are doing what I believe is right, which is shut it down and go hard back.
Talk about the wheelie. Practicing for you, Freddie. Woo! Not too much.
To make the change the whole car.
Oh, yeah.
4 laps and like, hey guys, the car was amazing the first time. Can we go back?
Yeah. But they gotta be pumped about it, though, because like you're finding what works.
370 myself. Do you? Yep. Got a welded diff, and I'm trying to make it a drift car. There you go, man. Do you have any advice? Grab a set of coilovers next. Really? On the track? Yeah, I was full. Yeah, that was the worst crash I probably ever had.
He hit, what's his face? Hit Matt in the left rear.
I watched the
Which
whole
then
thing.
did left rear, right rear, right
Yeah.
left, the whole thing.
Yeah. Over on new just for the total weight of the car fully loaded, and then I would like to measure it like that. Yeah. Perfect. Perfect. We'll do all that I want. Thank you guys.
I just want to get in their head that I'm there. Yes. It's time. For real, it's time.
No, for real. I love it.
Yeah, I know. I got it. I know what I have to do. And then go spend a couple days at home before flying back. Nice. Yeah. Really good.
This is definitely the great equalizer. Having that short stretch between corners, the fast cars and the big tire isn't getting away. This is rad.
You got it. You got it. This is the way. The Star Wars there. Yeah. You got a big old check, buddy.
Yeah, but you got it.
How many hot dogs you smell that?
how bad it is once it's out of the way. We can bring it back. There we go. There we go. And they're a slightly different shape, so make them work.
Hey! Jump behind you, bud. See that? TPS adapter broke. Alright, it's just
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and that's okay. It's not really. There it goes. There it goes. There it goes. Okay. All right, we're loose. Oh, all right. It's gonna stay. Just busted the wheel. Yeah. You made it nice. We used to say it with dirt. 30 feet in the air. How's that look? Doesn't look too bad. Yeah. Pull the radiator up. Okay. How much time do you got? We're on the other side of the bracket. We're almost like the middle of the last one.
See if you can just get the car next to you. It's the 10, that's the 10. No, mi va a hacer el con la mano va a hacer el carro. Give you a ratchet too.
That's not going to do anything to cool the engine. All the mass is up there. We've got to run the car and get it over.
It's over here.
Go ahead. That reservoir cannot be outside the frame rail. That's definitely why you guys broke that line anyways. It has to be within the frame rail. So we should not let that run anyways. We're going to totally against the rules.
There we go.
So apparently in Orlando, we checked the data log when we got home and Marlon Crawford.
I want to at least get close. How much time? We got 3.5 minutes.
Piloted a vehicle that took Odie Bakchis, to multiple podiums. So
Yes, sir.
Tighten up or does it pull itself out?
If it keeps spinning, that means there's not enough threads in the outer knuckle. That's good. It's good. Leave it right there. You're not for one barrel. Pull out of the rack?
Yeah. No, pulled out of the time on the end.
Same thing we just witnessed.
Same thing we just saw on the other car, yeah. That's the same exact thing that just happened in Madison.
Wow.
Because there's like not enough. Like those inner tire ends need to be like another inch longer. Yeah. Yeah, she's ready to come right off.
It felt like there's some double layers in there, Ryan.
I need a blade. I need a razor blade or something. And I need to start charging battery. I can hook it up. Ryan! 30 seconds. Okay. Everything off.
Please like and subscribe. Here, down here.
She's on the way back to grid. Don't let anybody touch that thing. Damn it, I told the camera guy to get out so that they don't knock him over. And now he's back in there.
Dude, I got rocked.
It looks like it.
My head hit the head restraint. Mother!
So he came into you?
Yes, before I even hit the wall. I was 10 feet from the wall and I got smoked.
Get her up. Come on. Yo, yo. Go.
just lose sync and shut off on you again?
Hey, try to tell me.
What's up?
Now that they're new tires, can I go back in the burnout box?
Yeah, you guys will re-scrub beforehand anyways.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Huh? I think he declined. Oh, no, actually he did come back, so he might have. I'm not sure.
You got a jack stand somewhere?
Welcome back, and here is what we're going to finish out. This was the first portion of this battle. Gushi initiates, boom. Jonathan Hurst goes into the side of Ken Gushi, and the judges deemed that Jonathan Hurst's fault. So Ken Gushi was allowed to work on his car for 10 minutes, not utilizing his competition timeout, and then he did, after that 10 minutes, utilize his NGK competition timeout. So 15 minutes in total, did get the car up and running. Did Jonathan Hurst get hands on his car? So he used his competition timeout, I assume, as well. Okay, we're going to get clarification on that. But overall, Jonathan Hurst at fault. Elaborate, Ryan.
Yeah, okay. So both of them did use their competition timeouts, so neither one of them have one of those left. We looked at the replay over and over again. The decel zone ends at the beginning of the outside zone. We expect drivers to get on throttle reasonably at the beginning of, somewhere in that beginning of outside zone number one. And you could see just before, yeah, so there's the decel zone right before outside zone one there. And you could see that on watching slow-mo and different angles and everything else, Gushi's getting back. He's back on throttle before the impact. He did get back on throttle. He was accelerating through there, and it just looked like Hurst was on a tighter line. So when they did hit, Hurst's nose was ahead of Gushi's nose by a little bit, and it just looked like he was coming in on a slightly tighter line with a little bit more momentum, and made contact with Gushi at that point.
So Gushi got his car up and running, which is great. Jonathan Hurst, he used his competition timeout. We'll see how good it is up to running order. So Jonathan Hurst, Ken Gushi on the start line for the second half of this battle. You have to think, how passive can Ken Gushi be with Jonathan Hurst out front with that deficit? It has to be, you know, an active chase run. If it's what we would deem inactive, it'd be like, all right, just yawning. You go ahead, bro. I'll get there. No, it needs to be an active chase. It doesn't need to be on the door of them, but strategy does come into play here, but it needs to be an active chase. Sometimes that's when mistakes are made, too. If you kind of just pedal back and detune too much, that's when you just make a simple mistake. But look at this. Ken Gushi goes for it already out of the gate. Inactive chase? Nope, not the case. As Jonathan Hurst, you can see, almost gets out to that second outside zone. Into that third outside zone goes Jonathan Hurst. And you got to think this is good practice for Ken Gushi. You know, you kind of want to test your equipment to make sure, because guess what? He is going against Masuyama Watoro in, you know, given that he will get the victory here after the incident. Nothing crazy or out of line here. So Gushi will be getting the victory and advancing on. But let's take a look at it from the overhead.
Looking at what Hurst was able to put together in the lead there. Nice line through outside zone one. Gushi is not on the right line, but then works his way out there. You can see there Hurst gets in very beginning of outside zone two, but leaves it, and Gushi follows him around there outside of the zone. Gushi's doing a good job of mimicking here the line, and then you can see Hurst near the end of outside zone four, works his way into outside zone four, and Gushi follows him in there as well.
Let's make it official. Slide him left for Gushi, right for Hurst. And Kenshiro Gushi gets the win and will advance on. We have our grade 8 established now, our Link ECU, the official engine management unit of Formula Drift, and sponsor of the Link Engine Management Pro Spec Championship. So Kazuya Taguchi, Federico Sceriffo, and there are our top 8. Matt Field, Nick Noback, Wataru Masuyama, Kenshiro Gushi, Dylan Hughes, and Ryan Tuerck. Our grade 8 is settled, and we kick things off with Kazuya Taguchi and Federico Sceriffo. Man, yeah, look at that. So Aasbo out. So basically it's Field and Tuerck that are still surviving out of that top 5. And just kind of rounding out the rest of it, Dylan Hughes He's currently sitting 6th, so he's just outside the 5 looking in. And Rome Charpentier, he advanced on. He was sitting in 9th. So, love the variety. You know, you kind of don't want to run away championship, but it always adds to the whole potpourri of Formula Drift competitors, seeing a variety of different podiums and winners. So overall, so Kazuya Taguchi going against Federico Sceriffo, the furthest I believe both of these drivers have been. Kazuya Taguchi driving that ISR performance. Up garage vehicle, and here comes the Pennzoil lubricants. Ferrari on Nexen tires, the Triple F racing department. Kazuya Taguchi is 23rd. Wataru Masuyama is 15th. Federico Sceriffo, he is back there in 29th. 29th in points. Federico qualifying 24th. But 29th in standings. Kazuya Taguchi will lead Federico Sceriffo, our first battle of the Link Engine Management Grade 8.
Significant size difference in those cars
yeah,
from above.
Right. Look at some people stage back quite a bit. Federico just right there, nose to nose.
Yep. Yeah, some drivers feel that if they're back a little bit, they can better predict the movement of that lead car.
So Federico going door to door, and we'll see if he paces him properly. And Fedi goes off to the right. So, all right, what happened there? Kazuya, excuse me, Fedi. Please don't have any lubricants bringing on track. So Kazuya Taguchi did need to finish out the entirety of the course. Kind of looking at what's going on here with Federico Sceriffo. And what happened there? You know, is that I don't want to say instant karma, you know. Again, Federico Sceriffo, that's what Eve Meyer did. You know, when he went against him, he went off almost identical spot. What happened here? What do you think?
Yeah, you can see Federico. It looks like he just understeers off the track. The front end may have washed out. The rear end may have gripped up too much right there. Maybe the car lacked power at that point. Maybe there was an engine issue. Many different things could have occurred there. It just looks like he stopped drifting, and you know the motion of the car was going that way. So. The car straightened up and he went off track a little bit there. So maybe this view will give us a little more insight. So you can see he never really gets the car fully initiated, and the car just sort of drives off the track. So yeah, it could be a power delivery issue. It could be a front end grip issue as well. And he managed to save it from going into the wall. And it looks like someone's having a talk with him over there now. So maybe we'll get a little bit of insight.
Federico is calling his NGK competition timeout.
Yeah, so it seems like there is a bigger issue there than simply the front end washing out. There may be a bigger problem, and they're going to take it back to their pit area and they're going to have a look at it.
So Kazuya Taguchi will pull off, but not using that competition timeout. Fedi pulls off. An issue with his vehicle. Yep, NGK competition timeout, and NGK, thank you for their support. As what is this talk all about? High ignitability. Yeah, high ignitability is the ability of a spark plug to maximize combustion efficiency for the most complete fuel burn, and NGK is leading the way. Modern engines demand simultaneous precision and durability to achieve uncompromised performance. Special tips, precious metals, and NGK know-how converge to create a high ignitability plug to deliver a quicker throttle response, smoother idle, and better cold start. So, if you don't want to be left at the starting line or out in the cold, choose NGK high ignitability spark plugs. They're lit. NGK spark plugs and coils better together. We are seeing Matt Field in that Pedal Commander burnout box, leaving that, and Nick Noback. These guys going against each other. Matt Field continues on. And Nick Noback challenging him. The CoroWorks BMW, see Elton right there on his chest. the points on the line, you got 100 points for first place, 91 for second, 80 for third and fourth, 67 through fifth, eighth, 52 for ninth through 16th, and 17 and up. Yeah, and Matt Field is absolutely just, you know, all up in the mix. He's been on multiple podiums this year, hence, you know, being out front. He has not got the win though, because it was Tuerck in round 1, Aasbo, right? Correct, in round 2. Then we saw Dylan Hughes, and then most recently Travis Reeder. So, you know, this could be reminiscent of, you know, we saw Forsberg grab a championship without getting a win. Right. And that's just all about consistency. That's about attrition, keeping the car together. Or guess what, Matt Field, that car has not been together in a few different rounds, but his team has worked hard to get it back together. Here we go, Matt Field out front, leading and initiating into that first outside zone. Nick Noback initiating almost simultaneously. Let's see how they handle that second outside zone. Nick Noback, you see him just sliding on in next to that Falcon Tires Corvette, and Matt Field pulling away now into that final outside zone. Field and Noback. Field going a bit deeper there than Noback in that CoroWorks BMW, but the Falcon Tires Corvette making quick work of that course.
It looked like both drivers did a great job in outside zone 2. Of course, that drone view is going to give us more indication of exactly how good of a job they did. So as Matt Field accelerates up to initiation, he does a little flick right there, gets the car to angle. Great job for outside zone 1. You can see Nick Noback not filling outside zone 1 right here. Nick does take a slightly tighter line at the beginning of outside zone 2, and then matches Field's great line through outside zone 2 about halfway through. And then as they transition here, you can see Nick does have slightly less proximity, but does a good job of getting through outside zone 4 on a pretty similar line to Matt Field.
And let's alternate the order. Noback will now lead. Matt Field giving chase, and I have a feeling Nick is really going to go for it. We saw him in Irwindale a few years ago just peel the roof off of that BMW and just really going for it. So we'd love to see what he's going to do here. He knows that Matt Field is going to give it all he's got in that chase position. But how is Matt Field going to handle Noback, who we've seen really shine? So you got kind of these peaks and valleys where Noback has had kind of some struggles, some gremlins, but then here he is now in the grade 8. Can he go past our current points leader? He needs to throw down one heck of a run, and he needs Matt Field to make a mistake. But it has happened before, and Field would love to continue his success, get on the box again, and of course try to get that top spot. Nick Noback in that first outside zone. He's got the proximity. Field in the chase position. Now into that second outside zone. Good proximity by Field. Noback just a bit short, and now into that third, and now into the final outside zone. Good job by Noback. You can see Field proximity almost grinding that Falcon tire into the door of the BMW. And a great angle there with our FPV throwing the horns. The Momo glove out the door.
All right, so Nick Noback in the lead position here as he gets his car to initiation. Nice little flick there. Matt Field not in outside zone 1. It looked like Noback left outside zone 1 a little bit early. Noback was sort of right on that inside line of outside zone number 2. Field was right there with him. Same thing through outside zone 3 as they transition for 4 here. You can see Nick starts to over-rotate there and pulls angle out just before the finish line. So I think it was a little bit of an error there on Nick Noback's part at the very end of the track at the finish line. The way he started unwinding the car, I don't think he quite went straight over the finish line, but definitely over-rotated in zone 4 and then had to pull some angle out so he didn't spin.
So a great effort by Nick Noback, but unfortunately just not enough. Congratulations to Nick Noback and the CoroWorks BMW. Tyler, love you. Get better soon, buddy. We see you. We hear you. And yeah, keep it going. But who's keeping it going? Matt Field right there. The Falcon tires, Borla exhaust, drift cave. Now let's throw it down to Lorette Nickel, who's with Federico Sceriffo.
Unfortunately, I don't have any good news for Federico Sceriffo. He called the competition timeout and he timed out. It was a power steering belt originally that you guys thought was the problem, and you said it wasn't staying on. Is that what was the case?
Yeah, it looks like that
the pulley now ripped off the tensioner of the belt. And actually, it started the problem after the hit with Stuckey, and I don't know how from behind I got problems in the front, but it was such a severe hit that also my car like jumped and hopped in front, and probably it was such a big hit that I unfortunately overlooked some problems that are actually there right now. She was running very good, so I thought we got it and we solved it. As soon as I came out of the starting line, when I did the initiation, I felt the steering hard as a rock, and I tried to follow him. Actually, in my head, I said, I'm going to follow him with the steering not working, and then come back and then call the 5-minute. But literally, she just threw me on the other side, and they're amazing. They did their best. I'm so proud of them. I swear, I'm so happy. And this is just the beginning. It's not a lucky shot. Yeah.
I know you're right. Fetty, thank you for your time. Jared, back to you.
Bye, guys.
Thank you so much, Lorette. An unfortunate turn of events, or no turn, for Federico Sceriffo. Kazuya Taguchi will have to complete his bye run here. But right now, it looks like I am seeing Kenshiro Gushi, who qualified 7th, and Wataru Masuyama is making his way to the start line. All right, so Masuyama right here. Got the JDM setup, right-hand drive. Got the shades that match the helmet. So what's going on here? He's talking to Matt Sopa, our starter. So Ken Gushi already at the start line. There's that Buy Now Japan. So Masuyama, so another power steering issue. So Masuyama is out. Ken Gushi gets a bye run. So it's all about attrition here in St. Louis. Masuyama called that comp timeout earlier. So that means that Masuyama is unable because, oh, he called it yesterday. Remember?
What did we call?
Masuyama called his competition timeout.
Yeah.
So this will be a bye for Kenshiro Gushi, who took that hit. So let's lay back and listen to the Kenshiro Gushi Mari's Toyota GR86. He advances on. He's going to the Final Four in his new car that got debuted at round 2. And here we are at round 5. Can he take it to the top? He's going to go against either Dylan Hughes or Ryan Tuerck. Let's take a listen to the OG, Ken Gushi. All right, well, as Ken Gushi finishes advances on, let's throw it down to Lorette Nickel, who's with the Beast from the Bay.
Absolutely. So, Matt Field, everything is feeling real good for you, you said.
Yeah, the car is coming into its own for sure. The track is coming to the car. Now I got to drive it. Now it's time to step up. That's for sure. It's gonna be a tough battle.
Yeah, absolutely. So what do you have to do looking at Kazuya? What do you have to do to surpass him?
He's fast. That's it. So I think it's great because I can drive 100% with that guy. #1 qualifier for a reason, that's for sure. So I better bring my A game.
Matt, thanks. Jared?
Thank you. There it is. Matt Field, a lot of confidence in his corner, but you know, you can sense it. He says, got to do this, got to do that. There's a lot of things you got to do. So this is Kazuya Taguchi's bye run because of Federico Sceriffo having to retire. He does have to complete a bye run to show that his car is able and running, and that is necessary. So we'll listen to him, and this is a good note-taking session for Matt Field and his spotter Chow to get some insight on what Kazuya Taguchi is doing, how he's doing it, and how it's going to go down. Here we go. Let's listen. Up Garage, ISR Performance 86. Kazuya Taguchi. And there is Kazuya Taguchi. All right, as we are getting ready for our final battle of the Great Eight, but I want to send a shout out to Timmy. Happy birthday to you, man. Know you're working, slaving away with Jeremy Bay, and you know, want to wish you a happy birthday, and hopefully out there drifting and ripping and gripping, celebrating your 21st birthday, Timmy. Happy birthday, buddy. See you when we're back there in Troy, New York. All right, now it's Dylan Hughes versus Ryan Tuerck. The Dozer going against Live Free or Die, Ryan Tuerck. Ryan Tuerck, like he said, bittersweet going against his Toyota Rockstar Nitto teammate. And now here he goes against, so 2 podium finishers this year. Ryan Tuerck in Long Beach, Dylan Hughes in Orlando. So we talked about the variety. The other 3 drivers have not won, but obviously Field has been on the podium. Would love to see Ken Gushi. That gentleman has not seen, I mean, we saw him get that win in Irwindale some time ago. That was absolutely awesome. That was great.
It has been a while, though, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's just, you know, of course, you know, would love to see Kazuya Taguchi and anybody. Just overall, just still a fan of the sport, man. 19 years. Me personally, I've been announcing it and still a fan of it. Just love to see the fans out here enduring the heat, enduring the elements. But, you know, thank you so much to the fans. Thank you so much to the sponsors. Thank you so much to the teams. And, of course, the drivers. Formula Drift, Ken Gushi, 2019 Irwindale. That's when he got that win. And right now, here we go. We got Dylan Hughes out front, Ryan Tuerck. Dylan Hughes qualifying 3rd. And look at that right there. Look at Ryan Tuerck banging on the door of the Dozer. Now the 2nd outside zone. Dylan Hughes brings it all the way out, allowing Ryan Tuerck with that proximity, that angle, that hot hatchback. Let's see if he gives him room to pass, and he does. Was it enough, or was it too much? Excuse me. And in that final outside zone, you saw how close he was. It looks like he was going to just nick the nose of that Toyota GR Corolla. Ends up just giving enough room, but you saw how much he had to back off. So being in that pocket, it looks cool, but you have that one more transition and transfer. Walk us through it, Ryan.
Yeah, this view, of course, gives us everything we need to see. So let's watch this initiation from Dylan. Nice line around outside zone 1 right there. There was maybe a slight hesitation from Dylan, but Ryan Tuerck absorbs it well, stays nice and close to Dylan through outside zone number 3. Great line there, but you can see, did Dylan have a little slowdown there, and it kind of caught Ryan off guard potentially and made him have to back off? That may be what happened there. Watching from the Truth Serum here, let's watch it from the Speedy drone, give us a different perspective. Tuerck is just slightly inside compared to what Dylan was doing in the lead, and right here you can see Tuerck getting nice and close to Dylan. Now let's watch Dylan's momentum here as he transitions. Yeah, it looks like there was maybe a little something there from Dylan. Not enough to set his decel light off potentially, but it was maybe just a slight lift or something there before the transition. That's something that we talked about big time in the driver briefing. A lot of drivers had some thoughts about that. So let's look at another look here from our ground cameras. Give us a different perspective as we see them come around outside zone number 2. You can see Tuerck putting on the pressure, about a foot away from Dylan. Yeah, so there was a little decel there. Interestingly enough, we do have some spotters in the booth here giving us some feedback, and we're gonna have a look here at. Yes, please.
Taking a look at different angles here. Just the contact, the decel. It's pretty much going into outside zone 4. So
yeah. So as we watch here, there was no issue through this section of the track as they transition.
Good driving is what it was.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah, no issues though. This is phenomenal. This is what we want to see. So let's watch as Dylan slows down right here, and there was a contact made right there, and I believe that there's a concern that Dylan was decelling in the improper direction, which is what we've been pointing out. The contact was hard to catch. It looks like the front wheel of Tuerck did touch. We can slow that down a little bit, right there potentially. So Tuerck was trying to avoid collision with him there.
Is that Tuerck's fault or is that Dylan's?
No, from what we were talking about earlier, Dylan slowed down just slightly in the opposite direction that he should be. So he's supposed to wait for the car to transition for zone 4 before decelling. And we're gonna have one more look here, and it felt to me like he decelled right there. And then Tuerck had to kind of check up.
So it's slow, then transition,
Exactly.
as opposed to transition slow.
Exactly, that's
Okay.
correct. Yeah, so I think you can see where the car made contact there with the left rear of Dylan.
All right, so what would come into play?
Right rear.
Yeah, that
right rear.
That right rear of Dylan Hughes, that front left of Ryan Tuerck. That's where the contact would be made. What are the repercussions here? We're seeing some zip ties being utilized, strapping on that back bumper of Dylan Hughes. Well, we're up in the booth, and it's been one heck of a day, a little chaos. You know, Pro Spec went pretty smooth, and I would attribute that a lot to just consistent conditions, what they practiced on, what they went into, and overall, Evan Bogovich, congratulations to him. Derek Madison, this is his home track, and then rounding it out, Dimitri Brutsky, who's going for that 3-in-a-row championship. Overall, it's been pretty chaotic. We've seen some oil out on track. It just really comes down to attrition and making sure your car is up to snuff. What else? What are kind of the top of mind thoughts for you?
Well, this track tends to lend itself towards a little bit of drama, maybe more than some other tracks. The layout, the difficulty, the challenges of getting around this track, and getting the car slowed down. And it's something that the drivers have brought up. Getting the car slowed for outside zone 4 is tricky. You are driving around, through zone 3 to zone 4. You can't see zone 4 until you get around the corner, basically, so you can't prepare for it. And if your line is just a little bit off, you've got a wall on your right, and if you transition wrong, you're going to smash into that wall, and that could have some dire consequences. So drivers are sometimes forced to check up because they're not lined up maybe 100% the way they want it to be, and they feel that they need to slow the car down or potentially drag it out a little bit. So they might do a little handbrake pull or a little left foot brake or a little lift off the throttle or whatever it might be. And that's definitely something that we talked about in the briefing. It's something that we know can cause a lot of trouble for the chase driver. Look right here. You can see Tuerck reacted there and he had to get out of the way. So they do want to look at their car. We did do a fault assessment. I believe it went to Dylan Hughes, so the fault will be on Dylan. And that gives Ryan Tuerck the opportunity to look at his car and to check it out to make sure that there's nothing wrong with it. If Dylan wants to look at his car, he has to call a competition timeout to do so. But in this situation, I wouldn't see Dylan wasting a 5-minute call on this, as it was just the back bumper that was touched, and they taped it up at the finish line over there. So, yeah, I don't think Dylan would necessarily need to call it, but he'll just sit off to the side and wait if that's the case. So you can see Tuerck's team tearing into the car there. They're going to have a look at the front wheel, see if everything's okay.
I think that's the responsible thing to do. Lorette Nichols down there. We'll see if she can have some words. I don't know if that's exactly what he wants to do, but looks like when we come back, we'll continue on with this battle of the Great 8. This is our Link Engine Management Great 8. Ryan Tuerck, that Rain-X Rockstar Energy Drink, Toyota GR Corolla on Nitto tires. When we come back, we'll continue. Who's moving on, Tuerck or Hughes? We're already 1/2 in. Who's going against Gushi in that Final 4? St. Louis, how are we doing up there? Make some noise. When we come back, more Great 8 action.
Car going wild in the mall. Help us tell the GR story.
You're right.
We need more cars.
GT Radio. Experience ultra-high performance.
For those who don't settle when others do. Who will give everything but won't give up. For those those who believe in unlimited, while others limit themselves. For those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
Formula Drift is brought to you by Air Force, Aim High. Type S, official lighting sponsor of Formula Drift. Lights, camera, power, fun. GT Radial, experience the performance.
Welcome back as we are getting prepared for the second half of this battle. You can see Ryan Tuerck pulling up and Dylan Hughes entering. I believe they're going to warm up their tires briefly. All the way up to start. Let's go. No, they're saying let's do this. Let's get them up there. Lorette Nickel, what's the update down there?
Well, Ryan Tuerck came in. He had the 10 minutes because Dylan was assessed fault. He said that he just wanted to do an alignment check, and the guys were checking the toe. There wasn't a lot of stress. Nick and Dom both had their hands on the car, and they had plenty of time to go with that competition timeout. And as you can see, Ryan Tuerck back on the line. Guys.
Thank you so much, Lorette. Some great insight there. So that's got to give you a little vote of confidence here, just making sure it's straight, making sure it's good to go. And again, Ryan Tuerck would love to get back on the box. He seemed a little bit, underwhelmed with his qualifying position. So I think just finding himself in the Great 8. So again, there will be a slight advantage towards Tuerck after just the hit. I don't know if. Again, you don't deem advantage, but I have to think the needle's going that way. So, we'll see. I mean,
in this situation, there's no incomplete that's been given.
Yeah,
the run was completed.
I'm recounting that because
the run was completed. It just comes down to an error that the lead driver made. So in this situation, Hughes made an error in the lead that caused the chase to check up. There was slight contact, but the run completed. They both got through it. So whatever error that Ryan Tuerck made, that kind of bobble, that correction, that avoidance of Dylan Hughes, you could see that it was awkward. It was not pretty through the last portion of the course. That will be placed, the responsibility for that will be placed on Dylan Hughes.
Okay. So again, it was completed. Again, don't kind of get my wires crossed there as far as just what's going on, where the story's going. So
a lot of different events
choose your own adventure. Yeah, a lot of different scenarios here. As Ryan Tuerck looks like he transitions, but Dylan Hughes knows who he's going against. He's got to apply the pressure. Both these guys have Podium. Look at that fender flapping in the wind. Now into that second outside zone, approaching the third outside zone. Ryan Tuerck in that Rain-X Toyota GR Corolla into that final outside zone. Dylan Hughes, watch this, he's going to drop in and spins out. And that will just really seal on the flavor for Ryan Tuerck. And that should be a game, set, match, but a great effort there by Dylan Hughes. Some, some good donuts there, and ending in a great way. The Royal Purple, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Falcon Tires, BMW. So Ryan Tuerck gets the win officially. That Rain-X Toyota GR Corolla Nitto tires. We are moving on into the Final Four. Here's a replay of it, but you know what happens at the end of this run. Ryan Montaigne.
Yeah, it looks like Tuerck did a great lead run here. Dylan Hughes was right in the mix up until he wasn't. Right. Up until zone 4, where he came in, you can see he was coming in real hot there, trying to catch up to Tuerck. Again, drivers try to put that exclamation point on the run in the chase position right in outside zone 4. If you can finish right in front of us here in outside zone 4, real tight, real close, looks really awesome. But he just overcooked it and spun.
Look at that. Kazuya Taguchi going against Matt Field. And then on the other side, you have Ken Gushi versus Ryan Tuerck. Wow, Kazuya Taguchi, I believe, has never got a win in Formula Drift competition. And can he make it a perfect event? Nitrous being sprayed off. The Up Garage, ISR Performance, Jerry Yang Racing, GT Radial 86. Entering the final four. Our Type S final four. Matt Field on the other side of the lane. The Falcon tires, Drift Cave, Borla exhaust, Heatwave, Corvette. Let's see what Matt Field's got against our number one qualifier. He talked about it with Lorette. He says he's got a fast car. He's number one qualifier for a reason. He's come prepared, but so has Matt Field. And you know, there's like he said, I got this, I got to do that. He's got this, I got that. And Kazuya Taguchi's like, you know, in his broken English says, excited to be here. Yep, JDM, that's what's up. You know, like just in his, again, his English is way better than my Japanese. So
yep.
Right now he's Ichiban. He's got a target on his back. He knows that, you know, he's in the zone and he's going against our points leader. That would really disrupt, and also that would be potentially another new podium finisher. If he advances on, he'd go against either Gushi or Tuerck, and that's TBD. But right now, this is the task at hand.
Yeah, both drivers have their work cut out for them right now. What is this, number 1 and number 4 qualifier up against one another here?
The lights are going on. Let's send it. Let's get hyped, St. Louis. Maybe we'll start a wave if you guys get hyped. Here after the first portion of this battle. Kazuya Taguchi initiates. Matt Field right there, tucking into that GT Radial smoke. The Falcon tires being kicked off in the back end of that Corvette. Great angle from Kazuya Taguchi. Matt Field, good proximity. We'd love to see him mimic that angle. Look at Kazuya Taguchi. What switch did he hit? Oh, as he taps that wall, but he continues on. And Matt Field bangs doors. Yes, sir. Make some noise. St. Louis. That was sick. Look at that. Tapped the wall, but he stayed in it. He hit the peak of the rainbow going to outside zone 4, but stayed in it. I think Matt Field might have helped. I don't know. Contact was made. Let's see. Let's look at it again.
Yeah, what I'm looking at here is how much Field was mimicking what the lead driver is doing. And Field has been making a compromise in zone 1 against a lot of drivers, but there he started off inside, but worked his way out to mimic what Taguchi was doing. Does a good job through 2. Field misses zone 3. There's a little wall tap there, and then Field comes in and taps the side of Taguchi's car, which sort of sends him offline a little bit. So let's watch this again from the speedy drone as he comes through outside zone number 2 here. You can see Field matching very nicely, maybe slightly less angle, but as we come through 3, Field misses that zone, blasts forward as he transitions. There's a little tap, and then he bumps Taguchi and sends him maybe 1 or 2 tires off at the finish line.
You have to think that Field tapping Kazuya was caused by the slight slowing of Kazuya, because with him hitting that wall, obviously every action has a reaction. You'd have to think that Kazuya slowed down, so that's gonna rightfully hit him given the proximity. So watch it again. What's your assessment?
Yeah, the proximity, there was just an ever so slight gap. Of course, Field is trying to dive in. Again, exclamation point, finish line. It's something that we don't look at it that way, but maybe it's for the fans, maybe it's for us, I'm not sure, but it does look awesome, of course, but look at how much Field's closing in regardless. That little tap, sure, it slowed him down a little bit, but Field was definitely coming in quick, and it did push Taguchi potentially 1 or 2 tires off there. Maybe it's a combination of both. I'm not saying it's one or the other, or it was on purpose either way, but that was an exciting drive.
What's going on here? Because yeah, so the scenario now is we need to see who's at fault. Contact was made, so you know, somebody needs to be assessed fault in order to have contact. So while we try to figure this out, let's throw it down to Lorette, who's with Ryan Tuerck.
Well, Ryan Tuerck, you're about to see battle against Ken Gushi. The OG, you are as well. So what do you have to do on this track out here?
Just got to stay consistent, close proximity, clean transitions, and just nail all the zones. And
are you happy with how everything's shaping up for you?
Yeah. The car feels great. The track has come around, and we're pumped. So we're feeling it, and hopefully we can continue on.
Okay. Ryan, thank you so much. I can tell he's trying to get in the zone. Guys, back to you.
Unofficially, I believe Ryan Tuerck has climbed into third place, just with the progression moving into Final Four. So, and if I believe unofficially, if he wins, he will move into second, but that is TBD. So as talking to, you can see our officials talking to the drivers. And Ryan Lontaine, I know you conversed with our officials, and we're finding out what's going on here. What did you guys assess?
They needed an assessment of fault because there was a driver that wanted to look at their car. They wanted to be able to put their hands on their car because they felt that there potentially was some damage caused by the contact. So I guess it's considered a collision because it's big enough to require an assessment of fault. So they asked all three of us individually. I put fault on field. The other two judges applied shared fault, which implies that both drivers are partially responsible each for the collision. And I don't know what the outcome is of that. I don't know if that means they both get to look at their cars or if they both have to call their competition timeout. So in this case, if they want to look at their car, they both have to call a competition timeout.
So yeah, go.
Yeah, it looks like Fields behind them, like honking, get out of the way. So yeah, in this case, I have been given the appropriate answer. It is both drivers need to call a competition timeout if they both want to touch their cars. And it looks like they're both driving back there, so the assumption is that they are both going to put their hands on their cars, check them out, make sure they're okay.
So you could see the hot pits slowly whittling down. You got just now 4 teams left in the hunt. Talking about Taguchi, Matt Field, Ken Gushi, and Ryan Tuerck. All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we will continue with the Formula Drift Final Four, Round 5 of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. Don't go anywhere.
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win. Pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU, the performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
How does one car going wild in a mall help us tell the GR story?
You're right.
We need more cars.
The Falcon Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falcon Azenis RT660.
When I'm flying, I put my helmet on, my visor down, my mask up. You don't know who I am. Whether I'm African American, Asian American, Hispanic, white, male or female. You just know I'm an American Airman kicking your butt. I'm General C.Q. Brown Jr. Come join us.
When you have a lot of money tied up in your transmission and differential in your car, kind of like I do in this one, This is a must-have. Royal Purple Max Gear High Performance Gear Oil. Even under severe squeeze film conditions caused by sudden shock, extreme high loads, or low RPMs, Max Gear helps reduce bearing wear. I am pretty sure we put this to the test more than anybody else. Slippery, synthetic, and complete with Centerlick technology, Max Gear reduces wear and friction, which allows your gears to run smoother, quieter, cooler, and longer. Drift tested and ready for your gears. Royal Purple Max Gear.
We got the Tuerck in the box. That's right. Ryan Tuerck and Ken Gushi are going to be our next drivers because we will revisit Kazuya Taguchi and Matt Field on the other side of the Final Four bracket. We are at Worldwide Technology Raceway, and our spotters, some of the spotters up atop. The Type S touring items, top 4. Ken Gushi, Ryan Tuerck, OG versus slight OG. Ryan Tuerck wasn't at the first round, but he was there later in Chicago at Soldier Field in the parking lot thereof. Tire Slayer, he had it spray painted on the back of his S13 on some beat up tires. And now look at this. Here he is, one of Toyota's top guns, piloting that Rain X, and he's going against another Toyota Top Gun. So you have an all Toyota battle once again, as Ryan Tuerck earlier went against Aasbo, and now here he is going against Ken Gushi. So we have Ryan Tuerck, and here comes Kenshiro. The Goosh is loose. That V6 turbo Toyota GR86. Both these guys rocking the GRs. Ryan Tuerck will lead. He qualified 6th. Ryan Tuerck with that 4-cylinder turbo nitrous. You got the 6-cylinder turbo. This should be a fun battle. Two great looking cars. Here we go. You ready, Ryan?
I'm ready.
Let's go. Send it, baby. Ryan Tuerck, Ken Gushi. Who's coming out on top? Who's going to the finals? Is it Ryan Tuerck in the Rain X Toyota GR Corolla on Nitto tires? Or is it Kenshiro Gushi, Toyota GR86? Ryan Tuerck initiates that first outside zone. Now coming in, approaching that second outside zone. Ryan Tuerck brings it all the way out. Gushi a little bit shallow, but doesn't have that proximity into that third outside zone. Gushi falling back a little bit. Now coming that final 4th outside zone. Riding that outside line, both of them 1 and 2, and exploding that BC Racing finish line clipping point marker.
That was a mouthful, Jared.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, it was a face full. It was exciting full. Beautiful. What do you got?
Wow, right. Ryan Tuerck, nice flick to initiation here. Gets the car right on the outside line. Gushi's a little bit inside there, not filling outside zone 1 the same way Tuerck did. And this is Gushi's biggest mistake here. Tuerck goes wide out to zone 2, but Gushi's way inside, and then he misses outside zone 3 as well as they transition for outside zone 4. Gushi does a better job of mimicking Tuerck's line through that outside zone 4 area where Tuerck is wide all the way out to the edge of the track. So you can see there, Gushi's way inside, missing outside zone number 1, and then zone number 2, not even anywhere close. He does get a little bit more proximity with Tuerck, but of course Tuerck's got a great run out of 2, gets on throttle way earlier, and Gushi's on that tighter line, so he doesn't really have the momentum there, and he doesn't have the ability to get on throttle as quickly as Tuerck did. So that was not an ideal chase run from Gushi. Unfortunately, he made some pretty serious mistakes there. No incomplete, of course, but definitely made some mistakes that Ryan Tuerck is going to capitalize on now as he goes into his chase position.
Yeah, Gushi needs to make like Taylor Swift and shake it off, because he's going to go against Ryan Tuerck, and you know, he's got the clean air now, and then Ryan Tuerck, you know, he put it down. So let's go. Let's send it here for the second half of this battle. Ryan Tuerck, Ken Gushi. Ken Gushi will lead. Ryan Tuerck giving chase. Again, Ryan Tuerck did podium in Long Beach. Can he do it again here in St. Louis? Look at Ken Gushi, slingshot out of the gate in that first outside zone. Ryan Tuerck, we know that he can have the proximity. We saw it earlier from him. And there is Ken Gushi getting out to that second outside zone. Look at the nose of that GR Corolla diving in on the GR86. An all Toyota battle. Who's coming out on top? Whoa. And Ken Gushi rotates, contact made. Hopefully just cosmetic, but that looked independent, unfortunately. Just quick glance. That's my quick assessment. Just look with my naked eye. I said, that guy spun. It looked like he didn't have contact until there was.
Great assessment, Jared. Love the energy.
I looked down, I saw 5, and I said 5.
So Gushi maybe has more damage again to his car than we thought initially there. He is sort of driving off, so maybe his car is okay. Maybe he was just waiting for approval to move, as we do ask them to do that, just so we don't have a mess all over the track, you know. But it seems like he's
Look at the race
able to
tape.
drive away.
There he is, still throwing the shock of the thumbs up. Regardless, still good spirits. He's going by Ryan Tuerck. He knew he spun.
Yes,
you know, and,
I mean,
you can hear the remix there. As we take a look, the Truth Serum. Go and take a big gulp of that and see what goes on with Gushi and Tuerck.
So initiation, you see Gushi get out wide there. Tuerck catches up really fast. It's almost like he knew he was going to be a little quicker there, gave him a little gap. And then Tuerck really close here. Great proximity, a little less angle there, but really maintaining that proximity is Tuerck in the chase position. And on the transition here, Tuerck sees him start to spin, but he's on throttle. He's too close. There's nothing he can do. So he just bumps into him and keeps going. But it looks like his car is just fine.
Yeah, he just got a little facade, just knocked out his front grills. All right, so yeah, am I correct in saying it looked like it was independent?
Absolutely, yeah. Gushi just lost traction there, spun out in front of Ryan, and Ryan didn't really have anywhere to go, so he ended up making contact, but it looked pretty light. They should be able to, you know, kind of tape up Tuerck's car if he needs to keep going again. I mean, that's the assumption right now with an incomplete from Gushi in the lead position. So you can see that big over-rotation. Tuerck just had nowhere to go in that situation.
So, unfortunately, with Gushi retiring, Ryan Tuerck will now, let's make it official, slide him right for that Rain-X Toyota GR Corolla Rockstar driver. Ryan Tuerck gets the win and advances on to the finals. With Gushi being knocked out, he qualified 7th, so there's no way he could podium because both Taguchi and Field qualified higher than him. So, unfortunately, Kenshiro Gushi, with the debut of that car in Atlanta, just a bit outside. He will receive 4th place, the same points as 3rd place will get, just unfortunately, no carbon fiber hardware. We will finish out the second half of that battle as he drives past Matt Field. Will that be his competitor, or will it be the gentleman that's in the box? Put my Taguchi in a box because he's already in there. So Taguchi and Field. Field makes his way to the start line. Now remember, this is the second half of this. Field will now lead, Taguchi giving chase. Contact, both at fault, both use their competition timeout, no more competition timeouts. So let's refresh our memories. This is what transpired on the first run. Ryan, walk us through it.
As we get the initiation done here, you can see Taguchi doing a great job in the lead there, filling outside zone 1. I think Field was off a little bit, but then got online right through outside zone 2 here. Field's doing a really good job of mimicking Taguchi's line. Outside zone 3, you can see that Field was inside quite a bit there, not really filling it. Then there was a tap on the wall from Taguchi, and Field was coming in pretty hot, tapped him as well. So the shared fault goes to both of them, of course. Taguchi was deemed slowing down a little too much there, perhaps, and then Field was deemed coming in a little too hot, and both errors combined to give them a shared fault, which forced both of them, if they wanted to look at their cars, to call their competition timeouts, and I believe they both did do that. So now we're on the line here waiting for the next run of this battle as we have a hare running down the track.
All right, you know what? This is a battle of the tortoise and the hare. Who's going to get the victory? We have never seen. Is that a rabbit? Is he doing his business right now on our track?
He just looks terrified.
Let's go, buddy. Come on, bud.
Come on, man.
Little bunny foo-foo, I don't want to see you. Come on now. Rabbit season. Duck season.
There we go. Send him back the other way.
Send him back that way. Oh, boy. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, here we go. We got a streaker. There we go.
Geez.
Look at that. Okay.
That's bad. That's not good because
I don't know.
Well, if he's behind the tires, I guess.
I've heard of whack-a-mole, but whack-a-rabbit just going to pop out of that thing. Make sure.
Somebody put some tape over that
Go ahead and
thing.
put your hand in there. Let's see what happens.
He must be under the tires by now, so hopefully he gets scared and stays in there.
Well, that's a first.
Yeah.
We have not seen, I don't think so. I don't think we've ever seen animals. Stick your hand in there. You got this.
It's just a rabbit.
Wabbit.
Wascally wabbit.
Wascally wabbit. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good. The rabbit hears the noise. He's dumping back in. There's no way you're going to get him, guys. Get off the course. Let's go. Exit stage left. We got to go. I think he's going to post up. I think he's been there the whole time. Excuse me, sir. You've illegally entered into a hot track. I apologize, but you really got to, unless you want to become a couple keychains, you got to get off the track. Yeah, please show us your ticket. He's with the DJ. Let's get down to business. All right, so Kazuya Taguchi, Matt Field, you know, you got to figure the rabbit's got good luck. He's got 2 rabbit's feet, you know. All right, so as Matt Field warms up his Falcon tires, Kazuya Taguchi. So Field will lead, Kazuya Taguchi giving chase. Who's going against Ryan Tuerck in the finals? It's merely a flesh wound. And we are ready to send it. How are we doing out there, St. Louis? Stop your feet, make some noise. Want to hear ya. You guys and gals and children of all ages have endured some serious conditions, and now here we are. We're ready to send it. As soon as those lights extinguish, on 3, let's yell send it as loud as possible. 1, 2, 3, send it! Here we go. Who's going to the finals? Matt Field or Kazuya Taguchi? That Falcon Tires Corvette initiates in the first outside zone. Kazuya Taguchi up the garage, ISR Performance. 86 now into. Oh, big angle there from Matt Field, but Kazuya Taguchi holds that proximity, holds back, tempers the flame. Going into that final outside zone, goes back. Oh, Kazuya Taguchi, contact. You saw that correction and kind of go towards him, but Matt Field stays in it. Man, that outside zone 4 is playing spoiler in these guys' minds. What just happened? You saw him like whoop, just straighten out and then beeline. That was that got a little wonky there. Make some noise, St. Louis. Matt Field and Kazuya Taguchi.
So let's look at Field. Big initiation there. Looks pretty snappy. Looks great. He's out in outside zone 1. And just like Field in the chase, Taguchi's a little inside on outside zone number 1. Outside zone number 2, both do a great job there. Taguchi gets really, really close. Going through outside zone 3. Great proximity, great line from Taguchi. And right here, Taguchi just, I don't know what happened there. A little bit of loss of angle, straightened up a little bit, went into the side of Matt Field's car. Maybe this will give us a better view of what happened. So great proximity here from Taguchi, and he's going to build on that right here. Sacrificed angle slightly, but then got right back on it, looking great through outside zone number 3. On the transition, Taguchi gets the angle and then just washes out a little bit, it seems like, and goes into the side of Matt Field. Oh, that was exciting.
Yeah, that got a little crazy there.
So we're going to try to get a side-by-side brought up here, Jared, so we can see each eyeball can have their own screen, and we'll really dissect this as they drive through at the same time on both screens. Gives us a great view. If you're able to divide your brain up and really divide and conquer, you can figure that out.
I'm ready. I'm ready to see who's going against Ryan Tuerck. You know, just overall, it's been an exciting one. Here we go.
Here we go. All right, so Gucci leading on the left. Yeah. So a little bit more proximity from Field in the chase through outside zone 1, but his line wasn't as good. Great proximity from both through outside zone 2. As they come through 3, Field was not on the same line there. Ooh, that was a tough one, ladies and gentlemen. Yowza.
Yowzer, huh?
So, looking at lead run, chase run, it's a lot to look at, Jared.
Yeah, it truly is. And again, Ryan, you know, play it again, Sam. See that hair? Let's just go and slice it. Linguini, fettuccine,
do it again.
bikini, slap chop. Let's slap chop this thing. Break it on down. So you can see Matt chasing him down, going in the outside zone. You saw the mimicking angle of Kazuya Taguchi in outside zone 2. Going to outside zone 3, Kazuya and Field. Now watch outside zone 4. So Matt, he goes in, good line. Kazuya taps that wall. Now Kazuya straightens out, he hits him, and Matt gets in the side of Kazuya.
Whew.
All right, well, let's go to the judges. You know, these pro spec and pro rounds kick off Thursday, qualifying 32. Let's slide them left to right. Left for Kazuya, right for Matt Field. One more time, and there it is. They are going at it again. Now, keep in mind, neither of them have a NGK competition timeout. Ryan Tuerck, guess what? Is it going to play into his mindset? Is it in his psyche? Is he ready to go? Is he kind of a bull in the stockyard, ready to throw down? Is he ready to buck the Bronco? Is he ready to go against Corvette? Is he ready to go against Kazuya Taguchi? Or guess what? You got iced. You got to chill. You're going to find out in just a little bit. How we doing out there, St. Louis? Make some noise. Hardcore fans sticking around. Local time? Yeah, let's go ahead. Take a look at the fans. Look at that. Still sticking around. Hardcore fans. Taking a look, come on over towards you. Who do we got in the building? Oh, look at this. How are you doing out there? Come on, stomp your feet for me. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? Stomp your feet. There it is. All right. Oh, we got bellies. Oh man, you guys need to go sit poolside a little bit more. Stomping the umbrella. The lights are bright right above you. There it is. Thank you. We got Adam LZ fans up there wearing your shirts. Got America fan with that Stars and Stripes tank top. Thank you, Teresa. It's your real name, right? Look at this guy. Sun's out, guns out. Easy, bro. Easy. Woo, the guy's on a roller coaster. He's going down full speed. Look at that. Stookie. Stookie, I see you, bro. Is that Love? Look at Love and Stookie sitting, chilling. Who else we got out there? Oh, is that father and son? Hey, what's cracking, dog? Got them pit vipers. Heck yeah, brother. All right, who else we got out there? Is that Steph Curry right there down with holding that pink umbrella? Who else we got here? We got a couple Adam LZs with those beach hats. Okay, I don't know. This guy's trying to land a plane. Sir, we're trying to run a drift event and you're landing a plane. I appreciate that. Oh, this guy's veteran. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service, sir. United States Army veteran. Yep, that guy's on a roller coaster too. All right. What is she listening to? Are the sound deadening, or is she just listening to the latest Billie Eilish, or listening to Drake right now? What is she are we boring you? Coming to a drift event? Oh, my man right here. Look at this, just flying the Falcon flag, just sitting by him, Falcon self, just doing his own thing. Atta boy, he's got the light on. Yep, mom's ready to go home. Look, I told you I didn't want to come. We've been out here all day. I'm ready to go. It's hot. I haven't eaten. You didn't get me that funnel cake. I wanted a funnel cake. You said there was funnel cake. I didn't get a funnel cake. Superman, off duty. I'm just saying, never seen him and Superman in the same room. I didn't know Superman surfed, throwing a hang loose. I appreciate that. Sun's out, guns out, brother. Oh, man, look at this. We got, what's going on up here? This guy, Umbrella. All right, mint green, what do we got? Oh, we got, who's that? D-Mads? Derek Madison, how we doing, brother? You still partying? You should be. Cranking some BL smoothies. Oh, we got koozies. Who knows what's in that thing? Okay, what do we got here? Like all the tattoos, like the zappers? Let's go get tattoos. Let's go party. I feel like you give tattoos. Give tattoos, real cheap? Real cheap in somebody's trailer? Yeah, let's do that. Let's get weird. Well, when we come back, we will continue with the action. We will find out who's going to move on, Matt Field or Kazuya Taguchi. Some fans sticking around, and sorry, Sandy, you got to stick around because we got a few more battles left to find out who's going to win here. Round 5, the Formula Drift Pro Championship, Worldwide Technology Raceway. When we come back, Taguchi and Field, Tuerck waits in the wings. All three of those guys guaranteed a podium. What order? TBD here at FD at STL St. Louis. We'll be right back.
For those who don't settle when others do. Who will give everything but won't give up. For those who believe in unlimited while others limit themselves. For those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
The first time you try Pedal Commander, you'll feel oh yeah.
In Rockstar Energy Drink. Here's Matt Wall, the twin turbo PWC. Tanner fast going through the paces. Solid line here. Great angle. Woo, good initiation from Dye. Did you see that faint flick entry? Just gangster right there.
Good job right there by Aasbo, but look at Odie. Bakchis diving right in on the attacking
Positioning now. Ryan Turk really needs to show up. He went off course. Tightens it up to the front clip. Aasbo's spreading. The Norwegian hammer gets sweated by Noback. And he just keeps on going past. Aasbo fills all that outside zone. Michael, that's a right there. Look at him roll tide. Here we go. Final outside zone line. Pretty straightforward. Outside zone. Frederick Aasbo right there. And now bring around that final clip. Approaching, pulls the tire up.
So qualifying playing a role here in Long. I'm Dylan Hughes, Formula Drift Pro Driver, and today we're going to talk about Royal Purple HPS and what actually goes into it. There's a lot of talk about additives, and Royal Purple has its proprietary Centerlick technology. It is fortified with a high level of zinc phosphorus anti-wear additive for exceptional protection against heat and wear. Its high film strength improves sealing between the piston ring and cylinder wall for maximum horsepower and torque. Royal Purple HPS, race car technology for the street.
Top 32 competitors are ready to go at Worldwide Technology Raceway near St. Louis. Welcome back. Round 4 is back, or the top 4, the Type S top 4. All right, that dude right there, what's that red shirt say right there? Red with the green bandana? Yeah, chucking a deuce. That's right, double deuces. My man's cool as ice. If you're feeling hot, just go hang on my man right there. He'll cool you down right quick. My dude right there, that guy, he taught Iceman how to be cool. That's right. We are ready to throw the beast in the box and Kazuya Taguchi. Gucci slides. Kazuya Taguchi slides into the mix. Taguchi better have some Gucci slides. Do you think he has Gucci slides on? Kazuya Taguchi slides?
Boy.
Right? He's got to have some. If not, even if they're bootleg, I'm not even mad. He better be wearing Taguchi slides in Seattle. Just saying, Taguchi slides. So, do you know what LOL means? LOL?
Do you know what LOL means?
Yes.
What is it? Come on.
Laughing out loud.
Okay. Do you know what ROFL means?
Rolling on floor laughing.
Okay. Do you know what BATMN means?
No.
Blew air through my nose. So that's a good response. All right, let's throw it down to Lorette Nickel, who's down in the ground. And not in the ground, obviously. She's down in the pits as we throw Kazuya Taguchi slides into the mix, and Matt Field will be in there in a moment. Lorette.
Thank you, Jared. Yeah, we're just trying to stay cool down here. The humidity is really picking up, but is that affecting you or the car right now?
Yeah, it's hot. car gets hot after 2 laps. Not really in the danger zone, but definitely it was nice to get some time to cool this thing down. We don't have to do a quick turnaround pit stop and run right back out. So car's nice and cool now. I got out of the car, so we're feeling good right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And so the last time you took that win was 2022 in Long Beach. This season, you're looking to do that again. What's the key?
Yeah, key is just consistency, running a solid lead lap, and then just proximity on the chase.
Ryan, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Jared, Ryan?
Well, he talks about proximity, but you made that correction. What's that?
You don't want to just be close. You have to be on the same line. You need to mimic the lead driver. So don't forget that, Ryan.
Yeah, I'm sure he's pretty aware of that. But proximity and mimicking, get into that pocket, get into formation. Everybody's become fans of Top Gun Maverick, so get in that formation, man. We were inverted, right? Just about 5 down, 3 more to go. Monroe, Washington. We'll see there August 5th and 6th. Grantsville, Utah. That is Utah Motorsports Campus, September 15th and 17th. Guess what? Irwindale, California, October 15th. That's the closest event to my birthday. We're going to burn that place down. Not literally. I mean, okay. Just let me digress.
Yeah.
Not literally. I mean, like, metaphorically, we're going to have a good one.
We're going to have a good
We're going
time.
to burn some tires down. Yep, that's right. Bringing Daft Punk one more time. Using got me feeling so free. Oh, one more. Kazuya Taguchi slides, and Matt, the Beast from the Bay Field. Here we go, run 1 of this one more time battle. Are we going to have a winner? Let's send it! Kazuya Taguchi, Matt Field, who's going against Ryan Tuerck in the finals. Kazuya Taguchi, Up Garage, ISI Performance, Toyota 86, coming to that first outside zone. Wow, Matt Field right there, mimicking with that teal and blue shadow. Has to back off just a little bit. That might be a wise approach. Oh, he gets into that, oh man, gets to that berm and that rumble strip quite a bit. That is a rumble mountain in coming into that, and now into that final outside zone. Oh boy. Well, gets into the chain link. Oh boy. All right, from the top rope comes Matt Field. So, yo.
What happened?
Thumbs up from Kazuya Taguchi. And you know what? Matt Field says, you know what? I've taken enough of this. I've taken all these hits. I've taken enough of this because if you can recall back to Long Beach, that's how it's been kicked off. And Kazuya Taguchi taking that hit. Now, this is where who's at fault. We saw Matt Field, great proximity, dropped in. He backed off, and it seemed that he went up, but let's take a look at it again. That was that first glance, knee-jerk reaction.
Yeah, it looked like Field got lost in the smoke and ended up on the rumble strip, maybe a tire or 2 off in the grass. Taguchi had a great initiation, and Field was right there with him. That was fantastic, but Field ended up on the rumble strip. Ooh, that might have been 3 tires off in the grass, unfortunately. So the run for Field may have been over right there, but then he comes into the game right here and drives into the side of Taguchi, sending him into that fence. So we're going to have to watch this from a few different angles. As you see Matt Field here getting almost ahead of him there, and then getting 1, 2. That did look like 3 tires in the grass. And then, so that's interesting. If the chase driver incompletes, but then comes and knocks the lead driver off course before the lead driver has a chance to finish the course. This is a little bit of a tricky situation that we're in now, and we may have to watch this a few more times to really take it all in. So much is happening here at the same time. You need to look at what the lead driver's doing, and then you need to look at what the chase driver's doing. So let's analyze this again from a different perspective. The ground cameras that we have. That was a lot. The important part here, of course, is outside zone number 4. So Taguchi gets slowed down, which is totally legal right there. It looked like Field came in pretty aggressively and just didn't have the ability to slow down. Again, trying to put that exclamation point in outside zone number 4. So nobody has a competition timeout, but it sounds like the majority of judges,
yourself included, or no?
Well, it doesn't really. Okay, so it's not that it doesn't matter, but if the other two judges gave fault to one driver, then the majority has already been assessed.
Right.
And since I'm flapping my gums over here, I guess they just figured they have two judges' verdicts in already in terms of fault. So it looks like Field was at fault, and that means that because Taguchi is not at fault, he doesn't have to call a competition timeout.
Well, he doesn't have one.
Right, exactly. Neither one of them have one, but he is allowed to go look at his car because it's not his fault.
Right.
So that's what's occurring right now. Field, since he does not have a competition timeout, was on the start line.
He has to sit and wait.
Yeah, I think he's back at the burnout box. So once Taguchi does come back, he can warm his tires up before he gets back on the start line. But yeah, Taguchi is over there now. The team will look at the car and make sure that it is good. It just got smashed into by a Corvette and then smashed into a fence. So you have to assume that they'd want to look at it. That makes total sense, right, in this situation?
Yeah. It makes sense. That he would obviously. So this is what we're looking at now. Keep in mind, only 10 minutes. He has 10 minutes to look at the vehicle. So, again, that hit. But like I was saying, all joking aside, Matt Field has taken quite a few blunt force traumas to his Falcon Tires Corvette. So just being aggressive, I think it makes it exciting. They know what's at stake. Matt Field's leading the points. He needs to maintain that heat. So, all right, so we will see Kazuya Taguchi come back. And sorry, Mom, you got to stick around as the party continues. Sorry, Mom. Are you having fun? There we go. See, look, there we go. Smile on your face. I know you're sticking around. Thank you for sticking around. What's your name? Can I read your lips? Judy. Trudy. Dooley. Is it Dooley? Julie. Hey, thanks, Julie. Got it on the third time. Thank you, Julie, for sticking around. And Skylar, is that Skylar? Tyler. Todd. Josh. Julie and Josh, Jay and Jay, thank you so much for sticking around and hanging out with us. All right, well, enjoy Kevin's Corner. If you don't know who Kevin is, he drinks a lot of Dr. Pepper and talks a lot of smack, and he's got a camera on his chest. So let's enjoy Kevin's Corner as Kazuya Taguchi. Look at, there's Steph Curry down in the bottom left-hand corner. Look at that. Bootleg Steph Curry right there. That's the Wish Steph Curry. All right, when we come back, just enjoy Kevin's Corner. Let's see Kazuya Taguchi. And is that Von Ginn Jr.? Thanks for joining us right there, right next to Steph Curry. All right. Here's Kevin's Corner as Kazuya Taguchi works on his car. Matt Field waits in the wings.
It felt like there's some double layers in there, Ryan.
I need a blade. I need a razor blade or something. And I need I can look it up. Try it! 30 seconds. Okay. Everything off.
Please like and subscribe. Here, down here.
She's on the way back to grid. Don't let anybody touch that thing. Damn it, I told the camera guy to get out so they don't knock him over. And now he's back in there. It looks like it.
My head hit the head restraints.
So he came into you?
Yes, before I even hit the wall. I was 10 feet from the wall and I got smoked.
It just lose sync and shut off on you again?
Hey, try to help me.
What's that?
Now that they're new tires, can I go back in the burnout box?
Yeah, you guys will re-scrub beforehand anyways.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Huh? I think he declined. Oh, no, actually he did come back, so he might have. I'm not sure.
You got a jack stand somewhere? need to be on the ground driving away. 30 seconds. All you can do is change tires. Yeah. All right, start your 5. Rear to rear?
Yeah. He spun out, and so I started like locked up to basically spin with him, and we like kind of hit like that.
That was aggressive. You can hear it, run, right there, pushing him.
Same exact spot in the transition, going from 1 to 2. Here's instant replay. Let's watch it again. Yeah, this is a
You okay, Ryan?
That he would have carried himself into the wall there. So it's just a driving error towards inside of things. It's unfortunate that it has to happen. Nichols was with, again, we talked about Ryan Tuerck, his history here. Chris Forsberg, his history here. Forsberg goes against JTB down to the round.
Thank you, Jared.
Whenever you're ready.
Let's go.
Nickel, Lorette, down to you.
Jared, thank you very much. Kazuya Taguchi was awarded a 10-minute timeout because Matt Field hit him. He is not using the entire 10 minutes. Right now we're at 5 minutes and 25 seconds left, and you can see that the team is backing Kazuya out. It was a hard hit by Matt Field, he said, and the front left, the team was working on it because the wheel and the suspension in the steering, it felt weird to him, but the team got it organized, and Eric, his mechanic, said there's so many opportunities for Kazuya's car to be hit and not working, and they are so excited and feeling so blessed to be here.
Right on. As Kazuya Taguchi, like you said, feeling blessed, feeling good. Summer night, almost 2 a.m. summer night, feeling good, like I should. So the big thing here is Field says his car potentially, we need to make sure that the car is safe. He's not allowed a competition timeout because he did cause the accident, and because he doesn't have a competition timeout. Not because he caused it, but because he doesn't have one left. He would have utilized it, I would have to assume. But right now, you got to, assume that if the car's not up to snuff, not in running condition, proper racing condition, it's going to be unsafe.
Yeah, and watching the burnout right here, the car looks like it's behaving or performing normally, let's say. Potentially there is some damage to the car, so we need to watch this to make sure that it is safe to run. There's no other real way to know other than taking the car apart, but he's not allowed to do that. So
right.
This is the best we can do at this
point.
Yeah,
and the reason we've instituted, single competition timeouts, 10-minute allotments, all of those things is for run of show. And a great, you look at that front nose. So hopefully it's just aesthetic. And Kazuya Taguchi. So now let's back it up, set the table here as far as Matt Field was deemed at fault. Contact was made, sending Kazuya Taguchi. We saw Field go off right before outside zone 2, later on outside zone 4, boom, hits into Kazuya. He goes up and over outside zone 4, goes into the fencing. So Kazuya Taguchi was able to get hands on the car. Now Matt Field, again, at fault. They both utilized their competition timeout the previous battle, and now here we go. So, and honestly, Matt Field doesn't want to write off his car. He's done enough work throughout this season. He doesn't want to, you know, get it all deal. So it does sound like Matt Field has gotten approval from the officials, says, look, it's good, it's running, let's go and send it, get you back up to the line. Now, where the State of the Union is right now and where Matt Field and Kazuya Taguchi's outcome lies is obviously with Matt Field being at fault, you have to assume that the needle's kind of going the way advantage-wise to Kazuya Taguchi. Knowing Matt Field, he has the points lead. He wants to maintain that points lead. If he loses, he is guaranteed, obviously, or sorry, not guaranteed, but he will have lesser points than Ryan Tuerck because he won't go to the finals. So he'll get the 3rd and 4th place points as opposed to either 2nd or 100 points for 1st, which does shake things up. So Ryan Tuerck has already slid into 3rd place. Let's send it. Here we go, the second half of this battle. Matt Field now at front. Kazuya Taguchi in the chase position. You see that thing with a little Elvis Presley lip snarl there. Now coming to that second outside zone, Kazuya Taguchi. He almost gets up under the rumble strip into that second outside zone. Kazuya Taguchi goes deeper, but he does need to mimic that line of Matt Field. Look at Kazuya Taguchi dropping back quite a bit. Now Matt Field, he's putting the car in all the right places. I'm telling you right now, look at that. Right just outside of the outside zone. But is that enough to offset that contact being made? Make some noise for him. Kazuya Taguchi and Matt Field. A great run. All right, so Lontaine, taking a look at that. Your knee-jerk thoughts as we take a look at the instant replay.
You're right about Field putting the car in the right places here. He gets the car initiated nicely, and then you can see in the chase position, Taguchi is there. It looks like Field maybe was a little bit slower through that section than Taguchi would have expected. And we know that there may be some damage to Field's car a little bit, but he seems to be doing fine. Maybe he was a little tentative there at the beginning because he wasn't sure, but in the latter half of the course, he was on throttle, he was pushing pretty hard, he was making it look pretty good. So the unfortunate thing is Field, in my eyes, has an incomplete on the first run based on the fact that he hit Taguchi and knocked him off course.
Who's going to the finals, Taguchi or Field? And Kazuya Taguchi is going to the finals. And look at that, Taguchi. So Matt Field will get another podium. I believe that's 4 out of the 5 rounds. So he's still psyched. Look at that. You could see Matt Field still throwing the horn saying, hey, he knew he was going against. He says, we got to do this. He's #1 qualifier for a reason. The Up Garage ISR Performance 86 is going to the finals against Ryan Tuerck, our winner in Long Beach. That Toyota GR Corolla. So Taguchi will get hands on the car one more time. Hopefully this is the last break. Fill them and spill them. Let's throw on those tires and fill up that tank for one more time. This finals are set. Kazuya Taguchi versus Ryan Tuerck. And Kazuya Taguchi, Up Garage, ISR Performance, Jerry Yang Racing 86 with that GTR engine. And then you got Ryan Tuerck, 4-cylinder turbo nitrous, Toyota GR Corolla, the Rain-X Toyota GR Corolla, Nitto tires on the corner, Rockstar energy drink in his personal tank. The Race Service boys are watching from home, Mid-City Los Angeles, and it's Taguchi and Tuerck in the finals with Matt Field, again, guaranteed, and he is locked in for 3rd place. Again, 2nd and 1st, TBD is Taguchi. Maybe calming his nerves. He's been really cool, really calm. And again, Lorette had a few words with him. You saw those earlier and just off camera, having some words with him. So emotions, you know, might be running deep, but he has to, you know, what do you think's going through his head, Ryan? What does he have to do?
He just has to keep doing what he's been doing, minus the little error there in the chase position against Field. But he needs to be running that wide line on 1, getting in 2 early and filling it, getting in 3 all the way through, transitioning and filling 4, not making any of the errors that other drivers have been making, but you know, driving in the clean way that's allowed him to get this far in competition. In the chase, he needs to place his car in the right position, in the chase, in the pocket. He doesn't need to cheat that line. He needs to stay on the right line and stay in proximity all the way through.
Also, that outside zone 4 seemed to be an unfortunate turn of situation for him, as Kazuya Taguchi looks like he's stepping outside of the car. He's feeling good about his old steed right there. Lorette, going down to you, to Kazuya.
Guys, there's a couple of different things that are happening down here. Kazuya was sitting in his car, and it looked like he was just taking a deep breath, taking in the moment, while a lot of chaos and excitement was happening around him, but he jumps out of the car. Man, we are so excited for you, and you're shaking your head like you cannot believe this moment right now.
Yeah, I totally can't believe it, what's going on, you know. The car is running a little bit weak, but the team is really great job, you know. Keep fixing about the car. We pushed so hard to the mud field. You know, I lost him last year and here at the St. Louis. So I was like, you know, no more lose for the mud field. I really tried. Yeah, I really push hard. And final, yeah, one thing. I go hard, like over 100, 200.
Yep.
Let's see what happens. I'm so excited.
So a lot of new drivers in this position have always told me that they just need to keep a cool head. They need to keep breathing and keep fighting through. And I feel like that applies to you right now. If you wouldn't mind explaining, could you tell me what the car running weak, what that means?
The car running weak from the few times the contact with the mud field. You know, of course, he was not purpose. That's a racing accident. So yeah, it feels like a little bit the alignment is not correct,
okay,
which is supposed to. But you know, I don't mind.
You don't mind. You can keep fighting through it.
Yeah, of course.
All right, I know you have some work to do. The team running around, Kazuya Taguchi making it into the finals for the first time ever. He cannot believe it. His man Eric right here, you can see the celebrations, guys. It feels like the final has already happened. Jared.
Well, you know, thank you so much, Lorette, and some great insight there and the emotions. He's already holding up the #1, man, like he's locked it in. And look at that. The boys from Matt Field's team saying, good job, man. There we go. Yeah. All right. All right. So right now, you know, what would be really interesting, Ryan, and for all the Formula Drift fans is, you know, we kick the season off. Ryan Tuerck gets the win, the worldwide debut of the Toyota GR Corolla. Oh boy, what kind of dance is that? Oh, okay. Clicking heels. Derek Madison's crew, they've gone off the rails. They're on top of the building. There's Mohan holding it down. Yeah, Mohan not even knowing what's going on. Look at that handlebar mustache. All right, the state of the nation is right now that we are seeing Taguchi and Tuerck in the finals. What's crazy is we kicked off the season, Ryan Tuerck debuting the worldwide debut of the Toyota GR Corolla. Round 2, we see Frederick Aasbo in Atlanta. Then round 3, oh crazy, wet, wild, what Ryan, Sage, and I agreed is probably the wildest event of 19 years of competition. We've seen them all. And then with that event, wet, P&W driver Dylan Hughes gets his first ever win. And then going on to New Jersey, the first ever Drift Coliseum is won by Travis Reeder with Rome Charpentier in second place, Chelsea Denofa, a veteran, in third. So what that is telling me is anybody can win, and that is proof positive right now. Kazuya Taguchi coming into this round of competition who could jump into 10th place, started out 23rd today. You know, 1, 2, 3, look at that. Maybe that's some foreshadowing. His numbers 1, 2, 3, starts at 23rd, could he be #1? And then you carry this and do that into 13, and oh my gosh, oh boy, it's a conspiracy theory. Oh man, look at that, don't look at the moon, you might go blind. As Kazuya Taguchi now jumps into his trusty steed. Sorry, I'm rambling, but we've been talking for a long time. That's what I'm paid to do. Some people love it, some people hate it. What do you think? What are your thoughts?
What are my thoughts? Wow, it's hard to follow that up, Jared. You just spouted a lot of stuff out there. I'm still trying to kind of absorb it right now. But, you know, the conspiracy theory of the 1, 2, 3 in the door, I'm not really sure how to take that one in. But I just love that, you're right. Everybody, it's very unexpected who's finishing first at any event. You never know who's going to be on the podium. And the fact that we've had 4 different winners so far, and this could be potentially a 5th different one. We don't know what's going to happen right now with Ryan Tuerck and Taguchi coming up here, but this car has been through a lot today, including a fence. So it's going to be interesting to see how it holds up in this battle. I'm just waiting to see what happens here.
You know what? Speaking of fence, I take offense to that, Ryan. And some people might think I'm drunk. I have not had a single drop of alcohol today. I'm completely sober as a kite. When champagne gets sprayed, I get to have a beer. Nitrous gets sprayed. Champagne will get sprayed in just a little bit. Hey, and guess what? The 50-50 winners that are in the building, I have your winning ticket number. Pay attention. Again, winning 50-50 number is FD- 288-1284. Again, FD 288-1284. The winner needs to email info@racewaygives.org to claim. Again, winning number 288-1284 and email info@racewaygives.org, and you just won $1,575 courtesy of the 50-50 raffle here up in that of the Worldwide Technology Raceway.
It's a nice little chunk of change to come watch a drift event.
Yeah, maybe Julie won, her mom that was bummed that was sticking around.
Julie and Josh.
All right, so Kazuya Taguchi about to fire it up, filling up the fuel tank. Oh, my man right there. Look at that stance. My man's seen some things he can't unsee. Look at that leg right there just kicking up. I call that the kickstand. Don't you dare, don't you talk about me. Oh, my man up here. Oh, well, we got the up garage. We got a Kazuya Taguchi. He just joined the Cobra Kai. The Kazuya Taguchi Kai. Yeah, I'm talking about you with the up garage bandana. Don't, yeah, there you go. Yeah, you. Yeah, you. Yeah, and you got a long sleeve shirt on. That my man fishes up there. My man right there. Yep, that's you. You fish. I don't know if you fish in the Mississippi River. We got a bucket hat right here. My man looks fresh like he jumped out of the shower. St. Louis Cardinals right here in the red, white, and blue. Tommy Hilfiger. Yeah, dude, you're looking fresh, colder than a polar bear's toenails over here. Oh, Super Mario Brothers. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Is that Chelsea Denofa hat? Is that what we're dealing with? I don't know what's going on. Is that Hulk Hogan? Okay, it's a weird one. All right, she's swiping left. She's swiping right. What is she buying right now? Did you win the 50-50 raffle? Sarah, Julie, are you Julie as well? Cindy, Candy? No. There you are. Hey, there you go. What are we looking at here? What's so important? What's so important? What are we looking at? Yeah. Oh, what are we looking at? I couldn't read those lips there. Oh boy. Oh, okay. Let's get weird. Let's check out the local area. Let's see what kind of talent is on track and off track, if you know what I mean. All right. Look at this. We got the peace signs from the spotters up here, crushing some hot dogs, crushing some steak and shake. Yeah, the tables keep the psychos from the fencing. All right, yeah, that's that one zone. All right, and here we are up top. All right, My Chemical Bromance about to go down here on the track as Kazuya Taguchi and Ryan Tuerck. We got some fresh GT radials. The Type S finals are here. Kazuya Taguchi elated over the moon, but Ryan Tuerck would love to jump up in the point standings. Kazuya Taguchi, he's going from 23rd up to top 10. Where he lands, we will see. Ryan Tuerck, again, welcoming his new baby Roman, his wife Shannon at home. They are watching. They'd love to see Daddy bring home that top spot. Regardless, they're guaranteed at minimum second place. But of course, one of these gentlemen will be the winner. Who's it going to be? Where are my Ryan Tuerck fans at? Make some noise. Where are my Kazuya Taguchi fans? Make some noise. Where are my drifting fans at? Make some noise. Brandon Scarpelli watching at home. Thanks for watching from Teja, as now Kazuya Taguchi will lead Ryan Tuerck, giving chase. We are ready to send it. Stomp your feet, St. Louis and around the world. FD fans, hashtag FDSTL. A long, hard-fought, treacherous battle. And we are ready to send it. Matt Soap on a rope, keeping it clean on the start line. Thumbs up from the drivers. The Rain-X Toyota GR Corolla of Ryan Tuerck going against the Up Garage ISR Performance 86, our #1 qualifier. Can he make this a perfect event? Can he get his first ever performance chip to win? Kazuya Taguchi going that first outside zone. We got the slide bananas into that first outside zone. Oh, so sweet. And that second outside zone goes to Taguchi. Big, nice wall tap as Kazuya Taguchi now goes to that third outside zone. Ryan Tuerck giving himself a little bit of room. Let's see how he sets himself up for that final outside zone. And no, he comes up short. Kazuya Taguchi. Oh, we got contact with Ryan Tuerck.
Wow. What's up with that outside zone 4?
Outside zone 4 has just been the absolute insano.
That is the danger zone right there. Outside zone 4.
Dude.
Never know what's going to happen.
Maverick, Iceman, all of them, man.
So it looked like Ryan Tuerck fell behind. He has a debeated tire
flat
in
back
the rear.
Right. Is that how this is going to end? Is that what's cracking right now? You got a back right flat. We got, and does Tuerck have a competition timeout? Let's take a look. Does Tuerck have a comp timeout? He does have an NGK competition timeout.
Whoa, look at that.
Oh, that
left
back
rear.
left.
That
Oh,
car
boy.
has been through a lot today, Jared.
Man, I feel like he took on the energy of Matt Field being the pinata. Kazuya Taguchi slides.
That looks like a lot of repairs right there.
So Ryan Tuerck does have that competition timeout if he needed to call it. And also Taguchi, he took that hit, and by first look, it looked like he definitely was at fault. But yeah, Mickey Andrade, how we doing, homeboy? From throttle.com, what's cracking? Let's take a look at it again.
Great initiation from Taguchi here. You see Tuerck right there with him. Pretty good proximity as they transition right here. Taguchi does a little wall tap. He bounces off the wall, but it doesn't really disturb him very much. Tuerck's right there with him. They're on throttle. Tuerck's in the smoke as they transition for outside zone 4. Tuerck's on the inside, and then he gets on the throttle, comes to the back of Taguchi. Taguchi looked like he sort of got off throttle at the finish line there. Wasn't really on throttle through the finish. He sort of slowed down a little bit. Okay. I'd like to see that again. And Tuerck was anticipating, I'm sure, Taguchi to stay on throttle through the finish, but since he wasn't, and Tuerck's on throttle trying to catch up, or stay with him, well, more or less catch up because he was behind a little bit. Watch the transition here. Tuerck ends up on a really inside line. Taguchi's right there on the outside, and then see Taguchi starting to unwind as he's going over the finish line, and Tuerck's right there trying to stay close to him. So
oh boy,
that could be a Taguchi problem there. I don't know if that was maybe just lifting off at the finish line. I'm not sure why he would do that unless it was some type of issue. So let's listen. Yeah,
you see, watch his hands.
Did you hear his car do a little couple of backfires there, little pops maybe?
And
he was unwinding the wheel.
Watch his hand. He's unwinding it.
So let's watch it right here. See the front wheels starting to unwind?
The back end comes towards Ryan.
So his momentum had slowed right there, and you'd expect somebody to stay on throttle over the finish line. Typically, drivers stay on throttle all the way up the bank. Some stay on throttle all the way down the bank. So that's let's watch it one more time here. See the transition from Tuerck. Low angle right there. So yeah, definitely unwinding from Taguchi. So that could be a Taguchi fault. That could be a shared fault. Yeah, so we're going to have a conversation over here.
So Ryan Tuerck in his Rain-X Toyota GR Corolla, you can see that thing's been beat up as well. And you can see that rotiform with the definitely deflated Nitto tire. He's going to hobble his way back to the pits. Man, what a crazy event. The finals are here, and this is what you paid for, man. You know what? You got the extended version. You got the director's cut with all the commentary. You know when you watch you buy one movie and you get the extra. You know what? Let's go and watch that one. Let's just pop that other one in with all that crazy commentary about how it was made and what's going on. And that's what you're getting right here with these extended rounds of Formula Drift competition. Pro Spec Pro, we're just trying to entertain, but also trying to put on a good show. And these drivers and teams are putting on one heck of a show as we're pimp limping that thing back. And you could see already some kitty litter. Let's find out. Again, this is one heck of a party. A couple piñatas, quite a few piñatas. No candy, not so sweet, but you know what? Yeah, it's sweet. You can feel that right on the tip of your tongue. You feel that? You taste that? Well, guess what? There's more to come. All up in your face. The Pro Finals, when we come back the second half, who's going to come out on top? We'll find out here at Worldwide Technology Raceway.
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win. Pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU, the performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
How does one car going wild in a mall help us tell the GR story?
You're right.
We need more cars.
The Falcon Azenis RT660 is the enthusiast choice for ultra-high performance. Engineered for predictable handling and stability, the RT660 provides maximum traction both on and off the track. Your competitive edge has arrived with the Falcon Azenis RT660.
When I'm flying, I put my helmet on, my visor down, my mask up. You don't know who I am. Whether I'm African American, Asian American, Hispanic, white, male or female. You just know I'm an American airman kicking your butt. I'm General C.Q. Brown Jr. Come join us.
When you have a lot of money tied up in your transmission and differential in your car, kind of like I do in this one, this is a must-have. Royal Purple Max Gear High Performance Gear Oil. Even under severe squeeze film conditions caused by sudden shock, extreme high loads, or low RPMs, Max Gear helps reduce bearing wear. I am pretty sure we put this to the test more than anybody else. Slippery, synthetic, and complete with center lick technology, Max Gear reduces wear and friction, which allows your gears to run smoother, quieter, cooler, and longer. Drift tested and ready for your gears. Royal Purple Max Gear.
Formula Drift is brought to you by BC Racing, the official suspension of Formula Drift. Go for gold. Royal Purple, the official engine oil of Formula Drift, the synthetic expert. Rockstar, the official energy drink of Formula Drift. All top 32 competitors are ready to go at Worldwide Technology Raceway near St. Louis. All right, looks like I'm watching the Red Nickel actually on Instagram Live right now, and she's actually live watching Ryan Tuerck. So taking a look at this here again, and actually got Ryan Sage jumping on the comms here. And Ryan, what a wild turn of events here this evening, and just throughout the weekend. What's currently going down as we take a look at that first portion of this finals battle?
Yeah, during the break, there's a big huddle with all three judges looking at all of the cameras isolated from one another to try and determine who's at fault. That's the first part of the decision, because Unfortunately, we happened to be at the first half of the battle, right? If this happened at the second half of the battle, we could pretty much put it to close. Now, it sounded like, and I don't want to speak for him, but it sounded like Lantaine's intuition at a closer look was maybe Taguchi was off throttle, and that caused the contact with Tuerck. We're hearing alternative reads on this and interpretations of, look, Tuerck was going to hit him anyways. He had shallow angle. He was coming up close. And so then you have possibility that it could be shared. Or I think for what I'm kind of hearing from some of the judges that maybe it might be enough to give Tuerck the fault for that. And if we do, that's going to determine the next steps, right? Because Tuerck doesn't have a competition timeout.
I thought he did.
Sorry, he does have a competition timeout. And that would need to be utilized if he was at fault, et cetera, et cetera. Sorry, Ryan, I just jumped in. I'm trying to help you out.
No, I think that's fantastic. We do have an assessment of fault. We decided, was it unanimous? Yes. Tuerck at fault.
Tuerck's at fault. So he has to use his competition timeout, which he does have.
Correct.
And Kazuya Taguchi would be allowed 10 minutes maximum.
Exactly.
Because he did use the comp timeout.
From where the hit happened prior to the end, is there a incomplete for somebody?
I think there would have to be. We haven't discussed that yet. We were strictly looking at who was at fault because Taguchi's car was getting to his pit, and we needed to have an assessment of that. It looks like Tuerck's going to take his 5, Taguchi's going to have his 10. Now, looking at the situation, Tuerck was so far inside. He was offline at very low angle. If you look at his trajectory, we don't even think he would have stayed on the track had Taguchi not been there. He would have shot off the track before the finish line, potentially going 4, maybe 3 wheels off with that trajectory, which is totally wrong. That's not what the intention of that chase position is supposed to be. Taguchi was online. He did not straighten before the finish line. He was unwinding slightly, but he was not straight before the finish line.
Walk us through this right here, because I think this is what a lot of the fans are looking at. So we do see what you're talking about with Tuerck. Now, Taguchi is crossing the finish line right now, and Tuerck hits him right before the finish line.
Yeah.
You could argue that maybe he was rotating in that action and that perhaps there might be an incomplete for Tuerck because he doesn't finish under control, but Taguchi had kind of gone past the finish line and maybe he's in better shape there. I mean, clearly he's in better shape because you guys have given Tuerck the fault.
Yeah.
But maybe there's another negative step that happens to Tuerck's plan in this situation.
I think it would be safe to say that Tuerck would get an incomplete there. He didn't go over the finish line. In drift, he spun over the finish line, and it was a clear situation. After watching the replay and talking through it, you can see his line is wrong. You can see that his approach to the finish line.
It was a beeline. It
was a beeline.
He didn't get into that outside zone until the last third. But I want to kind of play devil's advocate. Would that be? I mean, it didn't seem. It seemed like I didn't think he was going to go totally off track. It seemed like an Eve Meyer kind of line where you're kind of like flirting with 3 off. He definitely would have crossed the finish line and gone up on the bank. It was the wrong line.
It was not the appropriate line at all. Taguchi was online perfectly.
Yes.
Tuerck was offline, definite beeline. You know, we've talked about this exclamation point at the finish line. You want to be close. You want to, kind of finish the run close in proximity. But Tuerck went about it the wrong way with that line. And, the way we looked at it, it did look like he was going to go off course at that point if Taguchi wasn't there. Taguchi kind of caught him in a sense right at the finish line. And, Taguchi was slightly unwinding the wheel, but he wasn't straight, so he didn't incomplete. And there was still smoke coming off. It looked like he was still on throttle, potentially slowing slightly, but I don't think what Tuerck did was, or what Taguchi did was deserving of the hit that he received from Tuerck. That was totally out of the norm, let's say, for what was happening on track.
All right, thank you for the clarification. As Ryan Tuerck, we could see him right before that Pedal Commander burnout box. Let's throw it down to Rhett Nickel, who's with Kevin Wells.
Yeah, thank you, guys. I'm running after Kevin Wells. He just left Ryan Tuerck's pit. Now we're over to Kazuya Taguchi. So with Ryan Tuerck, what did you see there?
That one was basically just knocked out of toe in the front, so they just did an alignment in the front, changed the rear tire that debeated when it hit the bank, but it sounds like this one has big damage.
Okay, so Kevin Wells and Trey Taylor are around here. We're on the backside of Kazuya's car, and he's talking to his team. He did see me just walk into the pit, and he pulled his team aside, so I will catch up with him whenever I get an opportunity. Kazuya, do you want to talk? Do you want to talk? With me? Okay. Right now, seems to be a lot of damage in the back. What are you dealing with?
That looks like the rear subframe is broken from the contact. So I guess we can't fix, from the between 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So I would like to apologize. The spectators waiting. Grade 4, top 4, and last battle, everybody is waiting, and I couldn't show good battle with Ryan, so I'd like to apologize.
He feels like there's a lot of responsibility on his shoulders right now. I'm not necessarily sure if you deserve to carry that weight, but they don't think that they'll be able to fix the rear subframe in 10 minutes. Are you going to look at it though? Yeah. Okay. And you're going to go with the 10 minutes just in case.
If we drive, we need to change whole subframe, so it takes 2 hours. So I don't think we can drive. We can show our battle for the spectators to judge.
Okay, guys, we will keep you updated as more information comes in, but you heard Kazuya Taguchi. If they were going to change the rear subframe, it would be a job about 2 hours long.
Wow, a lot of information there. Thank you so much, Lorette. And so, I don't know why. Unfortunately, I don't know why Kazuya Taguchi is so apologetic. I don't think that should be the case. I mean, he's taking some ownership, and I think that's grace and that's humility and all that. And I really just don't think that's the case. I think that he had a good, aggressive run. He's taken some hits, between him and Matt Field. I really don't think it's a straight-up situation where he was at fault. So I really appreciate the candor and the attitude of Kazuya Taguchi. So what's interesting here is if he's unable to fix the car, Ryan Tuerck's able to fix his, but Kazuya Taguchi can't proceed. I would have to think that Kazuya gets the win due to contact and taking him out. So, oh man, we're seeing some tie rods here, just absolutely ripped out of that subframe. So that car is not going to be able to run. So we have some photos down there. So I want to bring in Ryan Lantagne, and because I want to wrap out with him in regards to what are the repercussions here, because we have the first portion of this battle. Kazuya Taguchi with such grace apologizing for it, but going against Ryan Tuerck. So the scenario is now that Kazuya is saying subframe, it's broken, it's ripped out. We saw some tie rods ripped out of kind of the frame.
Sure.
And he talked about it being 2 hours. You can't change that.
No.
So the situation is contact's made, Ryan Tuerck's at fault. If Kazuya Taguchi can't proceed, correct me if I'm wrong, that would mean that Kazuya gets the win because he can't progress. It's kind of I hate to reference this, but a Tanya Harding, not Nancy Kerrigan. It wasn't malicious, like that scenario. But I always say, if you can't just take somebody out and boop, I get the win.
Right.
Am I correct in saying that?
I am not 100% sure. This is outside of the realm of the judges'
This is more of a competition
responsibility. Yes, definitely.
board.
In terms of the flow of the event, when something like this occurs, a lot of shirtless men down there right now.
Easy, relax.
We just have
Ripper,
to make
go
sure.
and take your shirt off too.
We just have to make sure that the rules are being followed in the right way, and maybe we have Ryan Sage here that can fill us in a little bit on the information that we need. It is wow, you can see all the hand movements there. Drift. I don't know if you guys are watching that there. The universal drift language of the hand movements and sliding into one another and everything. So we're going to see if we get a little bit more insight from Ryan Sage here. And maybe we can get a little talk from somebody down there.
Yeah, we are. And, here's the scenario. The car's on a trailer. The car's knocked out. So that was a massive hit, and it's that perfect storm. But Ryan, this is just how it has unfolded. So we're riding with Kazuya Taguchi right now over to, and it looks like So
Yeah, tell
Tuerck,
Tuerck to put his shirt on.
Tuerck, put your suit on. Okay, we got more shirtless. All right, skin it to win it. And looks like Ryan Tuerck will be making his way.
Give Kev the mic if you want to.
Hey, Lorette, you're down there. Let's wrap out with you. And Lorette, what was you know, hey, Lorette, can you hear me?
Yeah, Jared, I can hear you.
Okay.
I'm on the golf cart
I
right
can
now.
see you.
With...
I can see you. The drone's following you right now.
Good.
So, yeah, it's right behind you. I just want to ask you, let's not talk to Kevin. I want to talk about your experience. Your experience down there in the pit. You were down in the heat. Let's be honest. We've been in an ice box up in the tower.
Yeah.
How was your experience today?
Yep, I'm sitting.
How was your experience today, Lorette?
Guys, this was chaotic, and chaotic is the word. It was chaos and amazing, and we have had so many drivers step up where we haven't seen them before, and obviously a bumpy ride on the golf court, on the golf cart. Out here to the front, we had Ryan Tuerck and Matt Field in staging, so they'll be joining us soon. Again, Jared, we were talking about why Kazuya was apologizing. I didn't feel like he needed to carry that weight. I feel like you felt the same. And I don't know if he knows exactly what's going on.
Yeah, I think he does, and I appreciate your insight. You've done such a great job. And the fans erupt. So thank you so much, Lorette Nickel, for all that you do down in the pits. We're going to go ahead and bring our 3 drivers down there. We do have a winner. All right, so as Kazuya Taguchi makes his way down in front of the stands, you could hear the roaring of the fans still here. Make some noise for Kazuya Taguchi. Here come Ryan Tuerck and Matt Field and the Hot Boys on their pit bikes. So here comes the battered, bruised Toyota Corolla. It's up and running, but again, I took a look at some photos that Chris Yule showed me of down there. And here we are, local time, almost midnight. We've been here and we've been ripping since 10 o'clock. Yeah, so
Yep.
more than 14 hours. It's been 14 hours. Yes, we had breaks in between, but we've been here at the track. And in all of this, I hope that everybody appreciates the drivers, the teams, the crews, the staff, the sponsors, Larry Chen and his photo crew. Thank you to Ryan Sage, Andy Luck, Cassidy, and the girls down there. Let's do some celebratory donuts for these 2 gentlemen, podium finishers, Rain-X Toyota GR Corolla, Ryan Tuerck, and that Falcon Tires Boral Exhaust Drift Cave Corvette of Matt Field. He will hold on unofficially to that points lead here at Worldwide Technology Raceway. And thank you, guys and gals. We will have a podium ceremony over in the pit area. This gentleman made a statement. He qualified number 1. He currently is 23rd in points coming to this round of competition. He will jump up to top 10. Depending on where he lands, we will see after this round. But Kazuya Taguchi has been banging away. We've seen a different podium finisher every round previous to this. We saw Ryan Tuerck at round 1, Aasbo at 2, Dylan Hughes at round 3, Travis Reeder at round 4. Will we see another Ryan Tuerck podium or a Kazuya Taguchi podium? Or a win, excuse me, overall. We know they will podium. We know they will hold up carbon fiber trophies. So without further ado, let's let you know. Almost the clock striking midnight, not turning into pumpkins, but turning into carbon fiber trophies. Let's announce our podium finishers here at round 5 of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. This is the Crossroads at Worldwide Technology Raceway. Jumping out of his car, 3rd place here at round 5. As he goes in, congratulates his other podium finishers. Piloting his Falcon Tires, there's Mrs. Field, Matt Field, his wife. 3rd place at the Falcon Tires, Corvette, Drift Cave, Boral Exhaust, Heat Wave, Momo C, Forge Star Wheels. Make some noise. 3rd place here in St. Louis, Matt the Beast from the Bay Field. And now your winner here in St. Louis, round 5 of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. Your winner is Kazuya Taguchi gets the win. Kazuya Taguchi gets the win in the up garage. ISR Performance Toyota Jerry Yang Racing 86. There it is. Again, from 23rd to first place, the 1, 2, and 3 all make sense. And Kazuya Taguchi gets the victory. Kazuya Taguchi slides on in and gets the win. And lifting him up is Matt Field, and that means second place goes to the Rain-X Toyota GR Corolla on Nitto Tires, Race Services own, the rock star that is Ryan Tuerck. Second place here in St. Louis. Kazuya Taguchi gets the win. Tuerck in second, Field in third. Lorette, you've had a ton of words. I don't know what else they could say to you, but maybe you could get something out of a very emotional Kazuya Taguchi.
Well, I'm going to do my best. Don't go far. Kazuya Taguchi, I was wondering if when we were on the golf cart, you actually knew what we were riding you to. This was your first ever win. You did it here in St. Louis. Kazuya Taguchi, you have been working so hard for this moment. I know, overcome with emotions. How do you put it into words, what you're feeling right now?
First of all, I'd like to apologize. We couldn't show the good battle at the final. I really wanted to show good battle with Ryan. I'm sorry, we missed the schedule so much. And now I still can't believe what's going on.
But Kazuya, listen to these fans backing you up, supporting you again. You have been working so hard for this moment. You have been dreaming about this moment. I think in a couple of hours it might set in what you have just accomplished.
Yes, I started to compete Formula Drift USA since 2018. After that, I moved here to compete Formula D USA. And me and my team, Jerry Racing, are working so hard for this moment. And yesterday, I got top qualifier. That was the first time. And today, I don't know, I got first place. You did it. Thanks to my all of sponsorship companies and my team.
Ichiban, let's party!
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Soak it in. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Kazuya Taguchi, for his first ever perfect event here in St. Louis.
Thank you so much, Lorette Nickel. And again, just at a loss for words. And like I said, his broken English is absolutely amazing. Better than my Japanese, and I'm so happy for him. At a loss for words. So Lorette Nickel, let's go to Ryan Tuerck. I saw him just FaceTiming his wife and his baby Roman. Lorette.
I'm right here with Ryan, and Ryan was going in, sorry Larry, for a picture with our podium finishers, Ryan Tuerck. An amazing, hot, emotional night tonight.
Yeah, sorry everybody for not making it a solid finals battle. I was a little offbeat, and it's definitely a bummer to go out like that, but we're happy with second. Good points haul for us this weekend is where we expect to be, and say hi to my wife Shannon and my son Roman back at home. Can't wait to see him tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know that you have high aspirations for this season, so I'm very curious as to what this did for the points. Any thoughts on that?
Well, it got us closer barely to Matt in front and to Freddie. I don't know where exactly we're going to land. I'm assuming we passed Chris, so we'll probably be sitting third, rolling into the next round in Seattle, which is one step closer. So our goal is to stay on the podium, and that's what we work for. Team did awesome this weekend, and the car was phenomenal. I was a little offbeat on that last one, unfortunately.
Ryan, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Congratulations to Ryan Tuerck in second place.
All right, well, thank you so much, Lorette Nickel. Congratulations again. Kazuya Taguchi, Ryan Tuerck, and Matt Field. We will give out the trophies down on the podium. Here are our current standings. Matt Field currently, again, this is unofficial. Just want to make sure it's official as far as points go, because qualifying 3-2-1. Matt Field maintains that lead and does gain a gap on Frederick Aasbo going out against Ryan Tuerck. And there it is, the horns, the Ichiban, and the Tuerck. That is Rockstar. So congratulations. Ryan Lantain, your thoughts?
I am just dumbfounded at what happened tonight here. It was an incredible round. So much action, so much carnage. But we made it through. We got to the end. What is it, midnight now?
Yep.
It's midnight right on the nose. So one heck of a day. Thank you, everyone, for your support. The track staff especially. They suffered out there for so many hours in the heat. They are incredible.
Yep. Thank you, Ryan Lantain. Thank you to our staff. Thank you to Ryan Lantain, our judge, Brian Egger, Chris Yule, for enduring so much throughout the weekend. And our fans, our drivers, our staff, our crew. We'll see you guys in just a few weeks in Seattle, baby. Round 6. And then we'll see you back in Utah, and we'll end our season in Irwindale and crown a 2022 Formula Drift Pro Champion. We'll crown a Pro Spec Champion in Utah. On behalf of the whole staff, we'll see you online, or we'll see you another time. I'm going to go give out some carbon fiber trophies and craft a beer, but we're going to pop some bottles of champagne. My name is Jared Deanne. On behalf of our whole Formula Drift staff, send it, Formula Drift Nation. We'll see you in Seattle for our next round of Formula Drift Pro Championship.